Hello everybody, my name is Cassian Floros of First Stage Production, Ian's first generation, Avallum. Hello. Hi, welcome to today's stream. We'll be reading fanfics made by you guys. Alright? Just so you know, I've never read fanfics before in my life. So, I don't know what the limits are of your imagination today. Some of these I think people have written like for this stream specifically, but some of them are also from like, you know, a few weeks, a few months before, which definitely is not a bad thing. Because I wonder how you see us or how you saw us back then in comparison to now. But hello! Hi. VA cast comeback? Yeah, no, I'm gonna be reading it so dryly. I'm gonna be reading it like and then Cassian entered the room and he waved and yeah. Nah. How are you? I'm doing fine. I'm doing really well today. I hope you guys are doing fine as well. I was in my local card shop today, and I actually didn't trade that much. I sold cards. I sold cards in value of like $700, and the guy, I gave him a discount. I gave him a discount. I gave him the cards for 600, just because he bought like so many. But yeah, that was crazy. Did you make a profit? Probably, yeah. Probably. Yeah, that's crazy, right? $700. That's crazy. No, not a $600 discount. I went down from 700 to 600. Hell no, not a $600 discount. That'd be crazy. But yeah, I didn't, trade too much, I guess, today. You don't even need us to make money anymore? Okay. You need to make money for yourself. But yeah, I don't know how many fanfics I'm gonna be going through today. Some of them are kind of long. Some of them are a little shorter, but all in all, I feel like they're... I don't know. I don't really know how many posts there are. It feels like a lot, though. Like, I want to say, like... maybe 40 posts? I don't know if I can go through all of them today. So just say. I'm most likely gonna go in order of submission. Which means the first one would be by Anne. At Mademoiselle Koi. That would be the first one. If you want to read along with me, you can look at them, or look at, the text on Twitter at #CastFakes. But I will not be displaying the text, because it's just way too much, right? It's just way too much. Take it as immersion. Should I turn off the BGM while I'm reading them? I can also turn on a slight reverb if you want to. This is my first impression of you, King. Happy to be here. Glad to have you here. Thank you for checking me out. Can you read it in Kermit voice? I don't know if I can. Maybe just lower it a bit. The reverb or the BGM. The BGM I could lower it like this. That's pretty quiet. Just the BGM. What about the reverb? Would you want that? What do you think? Just slight reverb. Let me see if I can turn it down a little bit. It might be a little strong for something like this. 1 second. Mic effects, there we go. Okay. Okay, this should be fine. I think it's not... Wait, here. Not too much. This is not too much. Alright. Yeah, feel free to just have this in the background and, I guess, work or go to sleep. For some of you, it might be too late. This will be my bedtime story. That's good. That is good. Alright. Let me just see. I gotta check something real quick. Okay, the first one is already a little confusing. Okay, so and submission. They're saying first submission in #Catfix, and of course I make it angst. Prompt staying up all night to keep watch while the others sleep. Okay. Alright. Yeah, it's angst apparently. Alright, let's start. He remembers everything too vividly, down to every last detail. The way he couldn't save anyone. The way he could only watch as everything burned into ashes before him. The way he felt powerless, despite the powers he was given. What's the use of my powers if I couldn't do anything with it? Cass wakes up with a gasp, as if all the oxygen around him was gone. His heart races, terror sinking its claws into his chest. As he scrambles to his feet, he doesn't hesitate. He needs to see them. Needs proof that they're still here, breathing and alive. He moves through the house with desperate footsteps, but quiet so he doesn't wake anyone. He carefully nudges each door open. Lucy is curled into a tight ball under the covers, hair falling into his eyes. Gale is sprawled across his bed, mouth slightly open, blanket halfway on the floor. Zanny, with his eye mask on, half buried in a mountain of blankets, a peaceful rise and fall to his breathing. And Roscoe is snoring softly, clutching a pillow to his chest. Cass stands in each doorway just a little longer than necessary, taking in the sight of them. Alive. Safe. Here. He releases a breath he didn't realize he was holding. His shoulders sag, trembling from the leftover fear. His hands shake as he pulls each door closed again, as quietly as he can. Finally, back in the hallway, he presses his forehead against the cool wall, tears stinging his eyes. But he doesn't cry. Not yet. You're here, he tells himself in a shaky whisper. They're here. It's different this time. But somewhere deep inside, the memory of the fire and the loss gnaws at him, like a constant reminder to him that nothing good ever stays. Still, for tonight, Cass forces himself to believe it. He drags a blanket to the couch and curls up on it. It's far too small for him to fit, but he doesn't move. Instead, he stays outside the door and keeps watch until dawn, just in case. Wow, there we go. That was the first, what's it called? Fanfic. I was a little confused because they posted both pages twice. So, yeah. Little angst. What did you think of that? Well, you know, I don't know what I was fearing, but I guess I was watching over my guys. It sounded very pretty. Yeah, I agree. Let me drink some water. Here, you got some water ASMR. There we go. All right. Are you guys ready for the second one? Why was it so loud? What? What do you mean? It wasn't so loud. Let me get a little closer. That's better. 1 second. Alright. The next one is by July. Or Julie. July? I'll say it's July probably. Or at a dumbass Sinomane. That's crazy. It's apparently 2,100 words, so a little more than the last one. All right. Hop off. What? Hop off of our Sinomane? What's wrong with that? Huh? All right. Let's start. The title is To Love and to Die in Your Arms. Yin Yangs. The weight of immortality, of eternity, is a heavy burden that not everyone is meant to carry. A burden that in all its irony could be deadly. Maybe not for the body, but for the mind. Promises that fade as time passes. Love lost in a past long gone. Longing for something that you know won't last forever. But the worst part is that it's not a fate so easy to change. Every immortal usually has one weak point. Something that could potentially leave them clinging to life's edge. Some would maybe let go and be finally free, while some others maybe have too many regrets to let go. Lucien didn't think much of it at first. Who wouldn't want to live a long and happy life? He used to believe that if he wanders the lands of the world alone, that would be enough to satisfy him. But that was until he met Cassian. The only one that was able to worm his way into the vampire's heart. At first, it was just a simple glance in the distance, the first time he visited the forest. Then, a short, simple conversation. The vampire needed a place to stay the night. After that night, he found himself reluctant to leave the forest, but he forced himself to, knowing that he couldn't afford to get attached to anyone. It was then when cracks started to appear in the conviction that he doesn't need anything else to live happily, that he doesn't need anyone else to be able to live happily. Cassian, the High Elf and Sage of Creation, had given him shelter for one night, and that was all it took to change Lucian's fate. They didn't talk much that time, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. The vampire wasn't too sure of how to act around a stranger, so he just thanked the man and headed to sleep, convinced that the next morning he'd leave the place behind, just like in every other adventure. But the next morning, he woke up to the scent of coffee. He didn't pay it any mind. He grabbed his things with the intention to thank the stranger and leave. To his surprise, the elf was waiting for him with a cup of freshly made coffee in his hand, offering it to him with a kind smile. Lucian couldn't deny the offer. He owed the man for taking space in his home after all. They chatted for a while and time passed quicker than Lucian anticipated. Before he realized, it was already noon and he knew he had to leave. So, with a gentle smile and a heavy heart, he said goodbye to the kind stranger and walked out. It should have ended there, but it didn't. It should have ended there, but deep inside him, Lucian didn't want it to end. Until that moment, he hadn't realized that he hasn't felt truly alive in so long. Not until that elf so kindly gave him a place to stay. But why? That didn't even last a day. So why did it feel so comfortable to be there? He tried to fight it at first, but he eventually found himself going back to that forest from time to time. The elf always greeted him with some coffee and his gentle smile, something that touched the strings of the vampire's heart. A lot of laughs and gentle moments were shared until the unspoken had to be said out loud. And one day, while laying down together under the night sky, Cassian whispered to him, "Have you ever thought of staying here with me?" The way that the elf spoke to him, so softly, yet so careful and guarded, caught Lucian's attention. He's gotten used to seeing Cassian being carefree and so true to himself for so long, that he almost forgot how much the elf despises talking about his feelings. And Lucian couldn't lie to him. A quiet life in the forest, away from the chaos of humanity and in the company of Cassian, did sound appealing to him, but there was something still holding him back. Every immortal has their own one weak point, but Lucian hadn't yet found his. Would it be worth it taking the risk for the sake of happiness? He considered this for a long time, so he had settled on an answer to that long ago. "Yes, I have. I would like to," he responded, whispering back. "I would like to, but I'm scared. I'm scared that once I lose you, you're gonna take my happiness to your grave, and I'll have to live on for eternity knowing that you'll never come back to me." Those words were left unsaid, yet buried deep within the vampire's heart. And just like that, Lucian's fate was sealed. I promised to myself that I wouldn't fall in love with anyone for my own sake, but my first mistake was believing that I could eternally live alone. Ever since their first meeting, Cassian was completely entranced by Lucian. Maybe it was the way the vampire's voice softened whenever he told stories of his travels, or the way his smile was so gentle and his eyes glowed alongside. Over time, he started to look forward to their reunions as they grew closer each time. Lucian always made sure to listen. He'd always seen the elf for who he was, a contrast to most people's assumption. Sure, to other he could seem too confident, arrogant even. But the vampire looked well past that, and never hesitated to be a presence comfortable enough for the elf to show both his strengths and flaws. Lucian saw Cassian for who he really was. Sometimes it felt like a dream, to finally have someone that allowed him to be himself without judgment. Someone so kind that reminded him that maybe the world was not always so doomed as it seemed. Lucian accepted staying with him, which felt even more surreal. But it also came with its own difficulties, and Cassian often found himself worrying about things that he hadn't even thought about before. "Is it okay for us to do this even, if I won't live as long as you?" Cassian asked one stormy night. He's never been too fond of storms, and Lucian noticed, so he held the elf close as they tried to sleep. "I know that day will hurt, but it's still far away, and I'm done running away from my own happiness. Right now, I want to be here with you, even if it means that I'll suffer in the future. I'm willing to take that risk," the vampire whispered before kissing the top of the elf's head, managing to soothe his worries away once more. "Then, I'll try my best to make that risk worth it." Moments like those were what made Cassian feel sure that he found the person who he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, even if he knew there would be hardships to overcome. Everything was fine for quite a while. Life in the forest was as quiet as always, and both the elf and the vampire were enjoying each other's company. That was until Lucian's health started to deteriorate little by little. It was just some body aches at first, nothing he couldn't handle. But as more time passed, Cassian noticed how the vampire's energy started slowly depleting. "Can I do anything to make this better?" Cassian whispered, concern evident in his voice. It had been days since Lucian was able to get up from the bed without pain. "I don't know, Cass. I don't know what's happening to me either," Lucian murmured, taking the elf's hand. "But I'll be fine." He tried to reassure him with a smile, even if he himself didn't know if his own words were true. "Do you promise?" Cassian asked, cupping the vampire's face. Lucian began to speak, but he was interrupted by a sharp pain in his chest. Breathing was getting harder and harder. He could barely talk. "Is it okay to touch you?" Cassian asked, trying not to panic. When he saw the vampire nod slowly, he put his hand on Lucian's chest and started channeling his healing magic. After a bit, the pain seemed to recede, and Lucian could finally start breathing properly again, though his teary eyes still concerned Cassian. "Thank you," Lucian murmured, still taking deep breaths. One second. "You need to let me use my healing powers more if it makes you feel better," Cassian spoke in an almost demanding tone. "No, I can't die, so there's no need to waste your powers on me," Lucian answered, trying to avoid the elf's sad expression. "But seeing you suffer hurts me too, Lucy," the elf said, shifting his position slightly so he would be able to play with Lucian's hair. The conversation kept going, but as usual, it ended with Lucian rejecting Cassian's help. That answer always left the elf heartbroken, but he wasn't able to change the vampire's mind. Days kept passing, but the situation only got worse. Lucian's chest pain started to be more frequent, but he'd refuse Cassian's help each time, so it would usually end up lasting hours. The elf felt helpless. Seeing his beloved in such a state was about to make him lose his mind. While Lucian hoped that it'd just go away, Cassian had a bad feeling, but he kept silent. That was until one day, the vampire's pain lasted for longer than usual. The elf began using his healing powers without even asking for permission. But even then, that wasn't enough. "Lucy," Cassian spoke with urgency, tears streaming down his face. "Please." He didn't know that he was pleading for. What he was pleading for. But the word escaped his mouth anyway. "Cass," Lucian whispered, but a cough interrupted him. "Blood. I'm sorry." "Shut up," Cassian shouted as he saw the blood, never stopping the healing. "Just breathe, please." He spoke in a softer tone. Cassian could feel Lucian's pulse weakening, and he saw the light in the vampire's red eyes. He saw the light in the vampire's red eyes start to dissipate. He can't die. He's immortal. He can't. His own thoughts were too much for him, but he still tried to keep his attention on the vampire. Thoughts of a life without the vampire started to cross his mind as he intensified his healing. His tears never stopped falling, and he noticed that Lucian was trying his best to wipe them away, though the pain wouldn't let him move much. "Cass," the vampire, calling his name, brought Cassian out of his thoughts. The softness in Lucian's voice caught the elf off guard. "Stop, a cough. You'll exhaust another cough. More blood. Powers. Focus on breathing. Don't worry about me," Cassian insisted, though he was feeling some dizziness. Lucian kept coughing blood, and Cassian already knew in his heart that this story wouldn't have a good ending. But yet, he couldn't bring himself to stop his powers, not when Lucian's pulse was weakening. "Listen to me," Lucian choked out. "I need you to know. Cough. Blood. You are my only weakness." His voice was slowly starting to fade. "But I love you, Cassian," the vampire whispered one last time, before his last breath left his body. "Lucy!" Cassian screamed, intensifying his powers as much as possible. Still, it was too late. "Please, don't do this to me," he sobbed. His head was starting to spin. "I was the one supposed to go, not you." His vision got blurry. "Don't leave me, please," he murmured to no one. The elf's body couldn't hold on anymore. He exhausted every bit of magic he had left in him. He collapsed on top of Lucian's lifeless body, barely clinging on to consciousness. It was cold to the touch, colder than it was supposed to be at least. But Cassian buried his face on the vampire's chest anyway. Deep inside, he knew it. He could feel his own consciousness slipping away from him. He could have tried to save himself, but he made one last conscious decision. He didn't want to keep going without Lucian by his side. He finally let his body rest, and without any magic left in him, he also let out his last breath, hoping that they'd meet again in the afterlife. Every immortal usually has one weak point. Something that could potentially leave them clinging to life's edge. Cassian was Lucian's weakness. The vampire knew that from the very start. Some would maybe let go and finally be free, while some others maybe have too many regrets to let go. But in the end, he was happy with the short time he got to spend with the elf. With no regrets, Lucian let the story come to an end. And that's the end. Did we reunite in the afterlife? Who knows? Who knows, who knows? Never read or listened to fanfics before, but damn, I'm getting so invested in it right now. Wow, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I'm getting emotional. Don't worry, guys. Come on. It's a fan fiction. Come on. Don't cry. I was planning to do an extra scene for that, but I didn't. Oh, okay. So it's up to the reader's interpretation. Think what you want to think. Very nice. That was very nice. Holy shit. So many words. Oh my god. You know, 2.1k words, I thought, okay. Probably not too long. But, wow, that was pretty long, not gonna lie. I think I saw some people actually type that they had like 5,000 words or something, you know. So, yeah, we'll see. Barry, thank you so much for the super. Thank you. I can't believe I was scared of this stream. This is peak. This is relaxing. This is a gift for the voice pack and audiobook lovers. Aw, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm trying my best, you know. I don't really have like much like voiceover experience. So, yeah. I'm glad you guys like it. So, wait. Do you think there'll be more angst? So far, it's only been angst. You can gain experience by reading for us. True, I can. Yeah. Can we get a hot or funny one, please? Well, I don't know. This one, made by V, or at V_VA, is called Of Crowns and Chains. A royalty soulmate yin yang's fanfic on AO3. Alright, so I have to open this on AO3. Do I have to make an account? I don't think I have to, right? Probably not. Well, if you would you like to know the tags or should it be a secret? Wait. 11k words? Oh, we're gonna be sitting for a long time today. You want the tags? Okay, for everybody who doesn't want to know the tags, close your eyes or mute the stream for like a few seconds. If it's good, I'm gonna do this one. Ha. Okay? Alright. So the tags are alternate universe, royalty, or alternate universe royalty, alternate universe everyone lives alternate universe everyone lives / nobody dies, alternate universe human, Prince Lucian Lunaris, Count Cassian Floros, alternate universe soulmates, soulmate identifying marks, royalty, bittersweet, light angst, and fluff and angst. So, yeah. Haha. There you go. No more tags. 11K words. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's see if I can do this. Wait, 1 second before I start this one, because this one's gonna take a long time. Okay. The night of the Queen's birthday was a spectacle of decadence. The palace shimmered with golden chandeliers, the air heavy with the scent of wine, perfume, and candle wax. Every noble in the kingdom stood adorned in their finest silks and brocades, each trying to outshine the other under the golden glow of the ballroom. Cassian Floros, clad in elegant white and green, stood at the edges of the crowd, watching the social games unfold before him. His long white hair, with its braided black underside, framed his light brown eyes. Light brown? I thought I had golden eyes. Gleaming like sun-kissed amber beneath the crystal chandeliers. He had the practiced poise of a noble, hands clasped before him, face serene. People often mistook him for an untouchable saint, an ever-composed specter of elegance. He let them. But he wasn't untouchable. And the moment Prince Lucian Lunaris entered the room, Cassian felt something shift. Lucian's presence demanded attention. He was dressed in black and red, a silver crown with dark jewels resting atop his slightly wavy black hair. White streaks glistening under the light. A veil of sheer darkness draped down his back. A contradiction, both hidden and seen. His red eyes burned like embers, mischievous and unreadable. Cassian knew of him, of course. Who didn't? The unpredictable, wickedly charming prince, whom people both feared and adored. Cassian had met Lucian in passing before, but the prince was always surrounded by admirers, too busy being the delightful storm he was to notice a man like Cassian standing still in the rain. Until now, Lucian, it seemed, had grown bored of the cloying admiration that followed him like perfume. Every lady and lord in the room longed for a moment of his attention. But when it came time for the first dance, he ignored them all. He strode across the polished marble floor and stopped before Cassian. "Dance with me." It wasn't a question. Cassian, caught between disbelief and amusement, arched a brow. "I assume you've mistaken me for someone else?" Lucian grinned. "No. If I wanted to dance with someone predictable, I would have picked literally anyone else in this room." He extended a hand, eyes glinting with something unreadable. A challenge, an invitation, a disruption of fate. Cassian exhaled, slow and measured. He didn't believe in fate. He didn't believe in soulmates or destiny. And yet, he placed his hand in Lucian's. The moment their fingers touched, the world blurred into a hush. The orchestra swelled, and Lucian pulled Cassian into the first step. A slow turn, a deliberate pause, a heartbeat stretching between them before they melted into the rhythm. The floor was marble, polished to a gleam, and every noble's gaze lingered on them. A prince and a man of no consequence, moving in tandem. Cass was used to calculated dances, too smooth and practiced steps, to the kind of waltzes that felt as rehearsed as a courtly speech. This was not that. Lucian led as if playing a game, testing Cassian's patience with a sudden dip, a teasing twirl, a flicker of amusement in his crimson eyes every time Cassian adjusted without faltering. He was deliberately unpredictable, his hands warm against Cassian's waist, his movements fluid but full of challenge. He wanted to see if Cassian could keep up. Cassian, ever the perfectionist, refused to stumble. If Lucian was a storm, Cassian would not be swept away. He moved with effortless grace, countering every unexpected motion with his own calculated precision. If Lucian twirled him too fast, Cassian dug his heels into the floor, adjusting the momentum so smoothly it almost looked like part of the choreography. If Lucian dipped him suddenly, Cassian didn't startle. He let his body bend, arching back as if it had been his idea all along. Lucian laughed under his breath. "You're good." Cassian met his gaze, unimpressed. "You thought I wouldn't be?" "I thought you'd be careful." "I am." Cassian allowed a small, infuriatingly measured smile. "Just better than you expected." Lucian's grip on his waist tightened, just slightly. I like that." The music climbed into a crescendo, and Lucian took full advantage of it. He spun Cassian out, their fingers still intertwined, and for a fleeting moment, Cassian felt weightless. The world spun around him, a blur of golden light and silk, and the distant hum of whisper. Then, just before he could land, Lucian caught him, one arm sliding around his waist, the other one clasping Cassian's hand. Their faces were too close now. Cassian could see the faintest trace of sweat at Lucian's temple. The way his dark lashes framed those wickedly sharp red eyes. He could feel the heat of his breath, the lingering curl of laughter against his skin. Lucian tilted his head slightly, whispering, "If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying this." Cassian's fingers curled against Lucian's shoulder, nails pressing through the fabric of his coat. "If I didn't know better," he murmured back, voice steady despite the racing of his pulse, "I'd say you talk too much, Your Highness." Lucian laughed, sharp and delighted. Then, without a warning, he released Cassian entirely. Cassian didn't fall. He landed on his feet, pivoted smoothly, and turned back to face Lucian with an arch of his brow. The orchestra reached its final note, and Lucian, grinning like the devil, extended a hand once more, just for show. Cassian didn't take it. He didn't need to. The dance had already ended. The ballroom swayed with applause, but neither of them heard it. Lucian, still watching him with a glimpse of something unreadable, whispered, "You should smile more. It's devastating." Cassian rolled his eyes, slipping his hand away. And you should stop talking. Lucian laughed again, and Cassian hated how much he liked the sound. Later that night, beneath the silver light of the moon, Cassian found himself in the palace gardens, seeking solitude among the whispering leaves. The ballroom had been suffocating. Too many voices, too much expectations pressed against his ribs. Here, in the hush of the hedgerows and the scent of night-blooming jasmine, he could finally breathe. The cool stone of the bench beneath him was a welcome contrast to the heat of the evening. He leaned back slightly, tilting his head to the sky. The hedgerows, letting the starlight pour over him like a long-forgotten lullaby. But solitude never lasted long when it came to Lucian. The prince emerged from the shadows, unceremoniously tugging at the high collar of his ceremonial suit. Gods, I swear these outfits are made to strangle us. Cassian glanced over, watching as Lucian undid the top clasp of his coat with all the frustration of a man unraveling a noose. His slightly wavy black hair, streaked with white at the front, was tousled from the night's festivities, and his red eyes gleamed like embers beneath the moonlight. He was still adorned in black and red, but now, in the softer glow of night, he looked less like a prince and more like something out of a fable, half shadow, half flame. Cassian smirked. You look like a prince. Lucian groaned dramatically. Exactly. A fate worse than death. Cassian scoffed. Spoken like someone who doesn't have to manage estate affairs and negotiate trade routes daily. Lucian slumped onto the bench beside him, stretching his long legs out in front of him. And you, Count Floros, sound like someone who desperately needs to escape. Cassian exhaled through his nose, amused. And where exactly would I go? Lucian tilted his head, considering. Somewhere wild. A place untouched by politics and expectations. A place where people don't care about titles or who your family is. Cassian snorted. So, a fairy tale. Maybe, Lucian grinned, tilting his head towards the sky. Or maybe just the right kind of madness. A pause. The silence between them was thick with unspoken thoughts. Then, softly, do you ever just want to run? Lucian asked, with voice quieter now. Leave all this behind. Forget titles, responsibilities, and just be. Cassian turned to him, his breath catching slightly. The moonlight carved silver lines along Lucian's sharp cheekbones, softening the usual mischief in his features. The Prince of Lunaris, the man who made crowds tremble and laugh alike, was tired. Not just physically, but in a way that settled in the bones, in the soul. Excuse me. Cassian knew that exhaustion, and despite himself, he admitted, yes, all the time. Lucian turned to him, and for the first time that night, he wasn't smiling. The wind whispered through the hedges, carrying the scent of rain on the horizon. Somewhere in the distance, The sounds of the palace lingered, music still drifting from ballroom, laughter echoing like ghosts from a world neither of them quite belonged to. Lucian exhaled, leaning back against the bench, arms stretched out along the top of it. One of his fingers brushed against Cassian's sleeve. Not enough to be intentional, not enough to be dismissed. "Where would you go?" Lucian asked. Cassian thought about it. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere with no expectations. He hesitated. A library, maybe. Or a cottage by the sea. Lucian made a thoughtful sound. "You'd be a terrible fisherman." Cassian rolled his eyes. "I never said I'd fish." Lucian turned, propping his chin on his hand. "So, you just sit there, staring at the water?" Cassian considered it. "Yes. Peaceful." Lucian hummed, "I think I'd go somewhere loud." Cassian gave him a look. "I had never guessed that." I'd never have guessed. Lucian smirked, but continued. "Somewhere alive, a city that never sleeps, where people dance in the streets, and no one cares if you're a prince or a beggar." Cassian shook his head. "You'd get bored in a day." Lucian laughed. "Maybe, but for one night, I'd be free." A breeze ruffled the leaves above them, and the moonlight shifted slightly, casting Lucian's features in a softer glow. His red eyes weren't just sharp mischief now. There was something else, something searching, as if he was trying to map Cassian in his mind, trying to figure out if they were carved from the same kind of longing. Cassian looked away first. He cleared his throat, rolling his shoulders back. "You're too dramatic." "And you're too careful." Cassian huffed a quiet laugh. "That's how I survive." Lucian tilted his head. Maybe surviving isn't enough. Cassian didn't have an answer to that. They sat in silence for a while, the air thick with something unspoken. The night stretched around them, vast and endless, and for a moment, it almost felt like they really were somewhere else, far from the place, far from expectations. Excuse me. Just two men speaking under the stars. Their marks burned, unseen beneath their high collars. But neither of them knew. Not yet. It should have ended there. A fleeting moment. A single dance in a sea of forgettable encounters. A whispered conversation beneath the moonlight, stolen from the restless hours of the night. But fate, it seemed, was far crueler. That night, as Cassian undressed in the privacy of his chambers, he reached back to rub at the nape of his neck, fingers brushing over the mark that had been there since birth. A delicate, swirling design, unlike any other. Dark against his pale skin, it had been a quiet, unassuming thing all his life. A secret tucked away beneath high collars and careful hands. Soul marks were rare. Most people lived and died without finding the one who bore their twin. Cassian had never cared. He did not believe in soulmates. Love was a fleeting, conditional thing, shaped by powers and circumstance, woven into alliances and expectations. He would not let some strange twist of magic decide his fate. The idea of soulmates. Excuse me. The idea of soulmates had always been romanticized by dreamers and fools, by people who longed for the illusion of certainty in an uncertain world. And yet, he could still feel Lucian's hand in it. In his, sorry. Wait, let me just check something real quick. Jesus. It's so long. Oh my god. It's so long. Jesus Christ. Okay. The warmth of his palm, the press of his fingers, the way he had twirled Cassian, just a breath too fast, teasing, pushing, daring him to falter. The low, velvet sound of his laughter, rich with amusement, as if he had never found anything more entertaining in his life. Cassian scowled as his own reflection in the mirror, shaking his head at the absurdity of it. A dance was nothing. He had danced with nobles, with dignitaries, with polished men and glittering women who wore their lineage like a weapon. None of them had stayed in his mind. None of them had left an imprint. So why was Lucien Lunar still there, lingering like an ember refusing to die? With a huff of frustration, Cassian tugged on his nightshirt and willed himself to forget. He did not believe in soulmates. He would not start now. Anything over 2K is really long because he's reading it really properly. Yeah, I am. But I don't know. I don't wanna like stop in between. Cause like we went through like, I wanna say like probably 2K words. There's so many more fanfics. I know. I hope there's not too many that are like of similar length. Cause otherwise I might be reading just like, 10 fanfics today. It's already been an hour. There are a lot of super short ones. Okay. Do you want to come back later to this one? I mean, there is like a little gap in between here. I don't know if it's like another chapter. Now you're fine though, because this one's long. Okay. All right. It's been really good though. It's been really, really good. Oh my lord. Yeah, we've gone through 2 completely and 1 kind of like, we start at 1 and it's been an hour. Oh my god. Let me drink some water real quick. Okay. Let's go to the next one. The next one is also made by Anne, or at Mademoiselle Koi. It's, I believe, 2 pages. Yes. 2 pages, not too long. This one's relatively short. I mean, short in comparison to the last one. The last one was like a whole book. You could have probably printed that and sold it. Okay. So, the prompt is, one character falls asleep on the other after a long, exhausting day. Domestic yin-yangs can be read and interpreted as you like. So, probably no angst. Okay. When Cassian steps out of the shower, hair still dripping wet, Lucian wordlessly moves from the bed to get the hairdryer before calling out to Cassian. Come here, Cass. Cass shoots him a grateful... What? Cass shoots him a grateful look as he plops down onto Lucy's lap. The room is quiet, save for the whirring of the hairdryer and the steady sound of their breathing. Cass, exhausted from the back-to-back streams, began to nod off, lulled by the white noise and warmth of Lucy's touch. "Wow there," Lucy says, moving the hairdryer aside as Cass went still in his arms. The dryer barely missing his head. He sighs as he runs a hand through Cass's soft but damp hair. He patiently combs through the stubborn knots with his fingers, the comb too far to reach without the risk of waking the man in his arms. Cass lets out a quiet sigh at the action, snuggling closer like he was chasing the warmth. It reminded Lucy of a cat. His weight was comforting against Lucy, solid and grounding. "Man, you're really out of it, huh?" Lucy said with a fond smile. He leaned back a little, adjusting Cass so he wouldn't cramp up. He wouldn't cramp up from holding him all night. Cassian's face, usually animated with thousands of different emotions, was utterly peaceful. His long lashes cast faint shadows on his cheeks, and his mouth was slack in a way that Lucy would definitely tease him for later. Lucy brushed a few stray strands of hair out of Cass's face before dipping his head down and pressed a light, lingering kiss on his forehead. "Good night, Cass," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. Cassian stirred faintly at the touch, a sleepy noise escaping him, but he didn't wake. Lucian smiled to himself, settled deeper into the mattress, and closed his eyes too, keeping his arms firmly wrapped around Cass as he drifted off to sleep. And that's it, the end. No angst, let's go! Yeah, something cute. A fluff. What is the definition of a fluff? Let me check this one. Oh shit. Fluff is just cute, sweet writing. Oh, okay. Fluff is no angst. Well, that's what I expected. Okay, I see. Next one, also by V. This one has 6,000 words. It has 6,000 words. Probably more doable. Probably more doable, I would say. You skipped one, did I? No, I didn't. I'm just going in order. Yeah, it's sea flowers. This one is called To Love a Storm in Still Waters. I think Nerdwolf is shadow banned? Are they? I don't see it here. I definitely don't see it. I thought for a second I got one guide. All right. We can read this one completely, I'd say. 6,600. Or actually, wait. No, I thought the second one that we read was 5,000. No, it was 2,000. But that was already pretty long. Okay, how about that? If it's like a very long one, I'll give you guys a sneak peek of it. And if it piques your interest, you can go under the hashtag and continue reading it yourself. Which one by who? This one's also by V. V_VA. All right. I'll go for like a good length and like somewhere where you can like put a cliffhanger. Okay. Let's start this. Cassian Floros stood at the edge of the wooden pier, where the sea kissed the land with a gentleness only he could truly understand. The salt-laden air curled around him, tangling in his long white hair. Oh, well, there you go. He kept the hood of his borrowed cloak. What? He kept the hood of his borrowed cloak pulled low. Through the early morning light, made him seem almost ethereal regardless. His golden brown eyes, warm as the sun reflected on still water, flickered across the bustling port. He came to the human world often, slipping into legs as easily as one might slip into a favorite coat. But Port Beruda had its dangers. More than once, sailors had whispered of strange creatures in the water, of pearls in the bellies of fish and voices that lured ships into jagged reefs. Cassian, of course, paid no mind to their stories. He was not interested in human superstition, only in their knowledge, their habits, their lives. Period. And perhaps he was also interested in the man currently standing atop a stack of cargo crates, balancing a half-eaten apple in one hand and the weight of an entire ship's crew on his broad shoulders. Gale Galleon. His name was as much a legend as his ship. The man had the swagger of someone who had cheated death more times than he could count, and found the entire ordeal amusing. His tanned skin carried the warmth of sun-soaked decks, and the green of his eyes burned with mischief. The other was covered by a dark eye patch, a mystery wrapped in leather. He wore his pirate hat at a jaunty angle, like a crown on a man who ruled nothing but the lawlessness of the sea. Cassian knew of him. Everybody did. Gale was a name spoken in reverence and curses alike. A monster, some called him. A hero, others whispered. But at that moment, he was just a man with an apple, arguing with an angry merchant. "I paid for a whole barrel of these," Gale was saying. gesturing with the half-eaten fruit. Not a barrel full of half-rotten disappointments. The merchant, red-faced and sweating, sputtered.
You didn't pay for them all at all. You stole them.
Gale gasped, clutching his chest, as though he'd been gravely wounded. How dare you? I'm a businessman.
You are a thief.
A thief? Gale repeated, musing. He took another bite of the apple, chewed thoughtfully, then grinned. All right, fair enough. Cassian stifled a laugh. Stifled. Gale must have caught the slight movement, because his sharp eye snapped towards him. And what about you, stranger? He called, leaping down from the crates. You laughing at my misfortunes? Cassian lifted his chin. No, not at all, he said smoothly. I was merely admiring the way you argue with all the grace of a fishmonger, haggling over spoiled cod. Gale barked out a laugh. Well now, that's a fair insult. He stepped closer, studying Cassian with unveiled interest. I don't recognize you. I am merely passing through, Cassian said. Gale's gaze dragged over him, assessing. You talk like a noble, but dress like a lost monk. Which are you? Cassian smirked. Neither. Gale narrowed his eyes, then broke into a wide wolfish grin. I like you. You've got secrets. Cassian tilted his head. And you? Oh, I'm an open book, Gale said, not sounding the least bit convincing. A respectable captain of a perfectly respectable vessel. Cassian hummed. Your crew is hardly respectable, and that vessel is far more than just a simple ship. Gale's grin widened. You know my beauty? I'm flattered. Cassian turned slightly, looking past him towards the distant stretch of the ocean. His heart ached, restless as the tide. It would be difficult not to know of a storm when it leaves its mark wherever it goes. Gale studied him for a long moment. I don't know if you're insulting me or complimenting me. Cassian smiled. Both. Cassian did not mean to get tangled in Gale's world, and yet, here he was. Days passed like waves rolling against the shore, and each time Cassian told himself it would be the last evening he spent at the docks, the last conversation, the last time he let a pirate captain's voice curl around him like the tide, pulling him deeper, pulling him closer. But the docks were like a line drawn in the sand, and Cassian kept stepping over it. He was no stranger to walking dangerous shores. He had spent his life navigating the borders between two worlds, slipping between them like water through fingers. But Gale was not like the others Cassian had met. He was a storm, reckless and wild, with a grin as sharp as a cutlass, and a presence that burned as fiercely as the sun on open water. Cassian should have been wary. He should have turned away the first time Gale looked at him, like he was something to be figured out, something worth chasing. And yet, he stayed. Wait 1 second. Okay. Wait. Tonight, the sky was drowning in color. The kind of sunset that made men believe in gods, where the clouds were painted in molten gold and dusky violet, and the sea swallowed the light with a quiet, endless hunger. The waves lapped gently against the wooden beams of the dock, whispering secrets to the shore, as if they too were caught in something they couldn't escape. "You're hiding something," Gale murmured. Cassian did not startle, though the words slid beneath his skin like a hook catching on silk. He turned, slow and deliberate, the dying sunlight catching in his pale hair, making it shimmer like foam on the crest of a wave. "As are you," he replied, voice smooth as the lull of the tide. Gale chuckled, the sound rich and warm, like the low hum of a shanty sung beneath a starless sky. He rested his forearm against the railing of the dock, easy and languid, but there was nothing careless about the way he watched Cassian. His gaze was a harpoon, steady and unrelenting, waiting for the right moment to strike. "Oh, mine aren't very interesting," he said, tapping his fingers idly against the wood. "Yours, on the other hand," he tilted his head, considering his smirk curling at the edges like the slow pull of the tide. "You're not a noble, you're not a monk, you're not a merchant. So, what are you?" Cassian's lips quirked slightly, as if the question amused him. He turned his gaze back to the sea, his posture elegant, effortless, but there was steel beneath the grace, hidden edges, a sharpness that only revealed itself when pressed. "A fisherman, perhaps?" he mused. Gale scoffed, pushing himself off the railing and turning to face him fully. The wind caught the edges of his coat, making it billow slightly, as if even the air conspired to make him look larger than life. Gale scoffed, Before Cassian could move, Gale reached out, catching his wrist in a firm grip. His fingers were warm, calloused from years of swordplay and rope, rough against Cassian's smooth skin. Slowly, he turned Cassian's hand over, tracing his thumb along his palm, as if searching for proof, for something that would explain him. His touch was a brand, a tether. Cassian did not pull away. "And what would you say? And what would you say I am then?" Cassian asked, voice steady, betraying nothing. Gale studied him, his expression caught somewhere between mischief and curiosity. "Not a fisherman," he murmured. "Not much is certain." Cassian exhaled softly, something close to a laugh slipping past his lips. "Then I suppose I've failed your test." "Oh, you failed spectacularly," Gale agreed, grinning. Cassian rolled his eyes, finally slipping his wrist from Gale's grasp. "Then I suppose I must be something else entirely." Gale hummed, tapping his chin as if in deep thought. "Perhaps a ghost?" He mused, his voice talking on a theatrical lilt. "A lost soul wandering the docks, bound by some unfinished business." Cassian snorted. "And what unfinished business would that be?" Gale grinned. "Me, obviously." Cassian sighed, shaking his head. "You are insufferable." "I prefer charming," Gale corrected. Cassian arched arched a brow, unimpressed. Is that what they call it? Oh, I wouldn't expect you to admire it just yet, Gale said, waving a hand. But give it time. Even the most stubborn hearts are worn down by the tide. Cassian hated how those words settled in his chest. Gale leaned back against the railing, watching him. His usual smirk softened just slightly. The teasing edge slipping into something quieter. Something that sent an odd warmth curling through Cassian's ribs. You don't talk like a man who's used to lying, Gale said after a moment. I'm gonna be reading this at the end. Cassian hesitated. That was dangerous. I don't, he admitted. Then why lie to me? Cassian exhaled, watching the waves as they swallowed the last traces of sunlight. Who said I was lying? Gale made a thoughtful noise, then tilted his head, voice dropping to something lower, something almost conspiratorial. Goddamn. All right then, if you're not lying, what are you hiding? Cassian met his gaze, unblinking, unwavering. Would you believe me if I said I wasn't hiding anything? Gale smirked. Not for a second. Cassian shook his head, turning back towards the sea, but he could feel Gale's gaze on him, sharp and knowing. I'll figure it out, stranger, Gale murmured. His voice a low promise, a quiet challenge. His green eyes gleamed like a polished gem, full of trouble, full of intent, one way or another. Cassian's grip tightened against the railing. He wasn't sure whether he wanted that or feared it. Cassian had been reckless. He had been so reckless. He should have known better. Should have seen the signs before they reached this breaking point. The way Gale lingered whenever Cassian spoke, head tilted, expression caught somewhere between amusement and calculation. The way he tested Cassian, prodded at his answers, smirked whenever Cassian bristled. Because he had known something was off. And Cassian had done nothing to stop it. He let himself be drawn in, let himself linger too long in Gale's world. A world of rough laughter and sharp-edged teasing, of late-night conversations on the dock and quiet moments where the silence was almost comfortable. A world he did not belong to. And yet, he craved it. And that craving had led him here, to ruin. The docks were empty, save for the distant creak of ropes swaying in the wind and hushed whispers of the tide against the wooden beams. The moon was high, a silver coin tossed carelessly into the sky, bathing the world in pale light. It was the perfect night to disappear. Cassian exhaled slowly, fingers trembling as he loosened his collar, letting the night air kiss his skin. He had done this so many times before. Had slipped into the sea like a ghost, vanishing before dawn could touch him. It was second nature. It should have been easy. But tonight, as he stood at the edge of the dock, something gnawed at him, a shadow of unease, a feeling he couldn't quite shake. He pushed it down. Cassian shed the last traces of his human disguise, stepping into the dark water with a shiver. The moment the sea touched his skin, it was like coming home. His legs giving way to something truer, something real. His tail unfurled beneath him, shifting like silk. The white fading into glimmers of gold and green, catching the moonlight like a secret the ocean had never meant to share. He breathed, deep and steady, letting the water pull him under, washing away the weight of his lies. Here, there was no deception, no human form to maintain, no words to twist, no tension coiling in his chest every time Gale looked at him like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Here, he was simply Cassian. And yet, the unease did not leave him. It curled in his gut like a warning, sharp as a fishhook. Even as he let himself drift through the quiet dark, he should go. He should leave and never return. Instead, he surfaced and froze. A figure stood on the dock. Gale. Cassian's breath caught a single devastating moment of stillness. Gale wasn't supposed to be here. He was supposed to be asleep, curled in the captain's cabin of his wretched ship, dreaming of treasures and conquest, and whatever it was pirates dreamed of. He was not supposed to be standing there, bathed in moonlight, staring and staring. The wind tousled his short brown hair, his great coat catching on the breeze, but he did not move, did not blink. A single green eye locked onto Cassian, onto his tail, onto the inescapable, undeniable truth shimmering beneath the water's surface. Cassian's stomach twisted. He could still disappear. He could still sink into the depths, let the tide pull him far, far away. Pretend this had never happened. But he didn't. He couldn't. Because Gale was already seeing him, already knowing, already piercing it all together in that sharp, terrifyingly perceptive way of his. Then, "You have got to be kidding me," Gale breathed. Cassian's heart lurched. He knew that voice, had heard it in 100 different ways, laughing, taunting, whispering things Cassian had tried to ignore. Too hard to ignore. But not like this. Not etched with shock, with betrayal. Cassian swallowed hard. "Gale!" Gale suddenly threw his hand in the air, pacing in a frantic, restless loop. "A mermaid?" His voice cracked on the last word. "A mermaid?" As if it was so utterly ridiculous that even he couldn't quite believe it. He spun back towards Cassian, eyes flashing. No, let me guess." His mouth twisted into something sharp and something bitter. "A merman prince?" Cassian flinched. His fingers curled against the wooden beam of the dock. Yes. Gale let out a choked, breathless laugh, raking both hands through his hair. He turned away, staring out at the sea, as if it might hold some kind of answer. The dock creaked beneath his weight as he moved, a storm brewing in the tight set of his shoulders. In a restless way, he shifted from foot to foot. "Of course," Gale muttered under his breath. "Of course." He let out a sharp exhale, almost laughing again, but stopping halfway. as if the sound physically hurt.
Of course I'm flirting with a sea creature. Of course the one person
He cut himself off. Cassian felt something cold and aching settle in his chest. It was the worst part, the way Gale always stopped himself, always bit back something before it could become too real. Cassian had noticed it before, and the way Gale's voice would falter when teasing turned too soft, and the way he would change the subject when things started to matter. And now Cassian was the one who had shattered whatever this was between them. Well, and for the rest of the story, you gotta check it out yourself. So apparently I'm a mermaid. Oh my god. Wow. Oh yeah, merman. Merman. Yeah, if you want to check it out, it is under the hashtag Casfix, as always. Pretty far down the line though, as it is one of the first ones to be submitted. Yeah.
Oh man, V, you're crazy though. Holy.
Your fanfics are really, really detailed. It's insane, actually. Oh my god.
Oh, gotta drink some water.
Alright. Oh my god. Are you guys enjoying this so far? Are you guys enjoying it? I'm trying my best. How's experiencing fanfics so far? Well, it's definitely interesting to see how you guys see me or see the other guys as well. Also, Barry, thank you so much for the bravo. Thank you. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this. I might be able to do something like this in the future again, if that's really something you guys like. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Also, if I'm not actually already taking a break or something, I will not, like, address supas or gifteds or whatever. But if I'm, like, done and shit, I will address them. But if I skip them, I will address them at the end. Yeah. Kasumi, thank you so much for the hearts. Thank you. Okay. Let's read this one. Made by Aaron Light. Okay. I think it's just titled Sage of Creation. The Sage of Creation. The title represented his skills that were both a blessing and a curse. It represented his abilities, the magic that he could wield. Yet, it also mocked him every day, reminding him that despite his title, he could not have what he wanted most. Morning, Gil. You're up early today. His voice was filled with a fake cheerfulness, an act he put on for himself, in an effort to hold on to his own sanity. I assume Roscoe's still sleeping? Has Lucy come back from his nightly walk yet? Oh? Zanny went with him this time? I should join him too next time. His voice was the only one filling the living room of his humble cottage. The morning sunlight filtered in through the windows, a gentle breeze playing with the curtains as he poured himself a cup of tea. To any other person, it would seem like Cass was just the most talkative of the household. Maybe he was the only morning person. Or maybe it was because 2 of the residents were out on a walk. Honestly, he would have preferred any of those realities over the truth. He looked down at his cup of tea, his golden gaze reflected back at him. The truth was, it had been years since he had last seen his companions. Centuries even. They had found Avallum. Their wishes were fulfilled. And then, like every story, their journey had ended and they all went their separate ways. He had still heard rumors of them and where their journeys had taken them after. Gale had continued on his various adventures, chasing one legend after another and creating a name for himself as an adventuring pirate. Roscoe's arcade became a worldwide tourist spot. Xander's Club Netherbrand was all the rage no matter where you went. Magic making it possible to visit it from wherever you are. As for Lucian, he heard hushed whispers of a person suspected of being a vampire spreading his music around the various towns. And again, like every story, even those had ended. The rumors died down, and so his source of updates slowly dried up. That was when he had decided to leave his village, choosing to make his own cottage up in the mountains. And still, he lived on. He wasn't entirely alone. His dewdrops that he had created while he was journeying for Avallum had followed him. He hadn't even said a word, yet when he had packed all his things and prepared to leave, all his dewdrops had gathered, floating in the air and preparing to take on the journey with him. It had led to a simple life. He would explore the mountains that he had settled in, befriending the animals that approached him in curiosity. His garden was flourishing to the point where any passerby would think that he was using magic, even if he wasn't. Canvases with images from his memories and dreams filled his cottage, vivid colors representing his emotions. Yet the simplicity only strengthened the emotion he was trying so desperately to ignore. He, Cassian Floros, the great sage of creation, was lonely. Although he loved his dewdrops dearly, it didn't change the fact that they were not people. They couldn't converse with him, or scold him, or give him advice. They always tried to support him, gathering round with expressions that reflected his own emotions. Yet, he felt there was something still missing. And so, he had tried to fill the gaping hole in his heart with magic and dirt. He used his memories to create replicas of the companions from his happiest moments in life. First, the playful captain with his natural smirk that hinted at secrets that would be an adventure to discover. Then the gentle vampire with a soft gaze that always promised to listen to any worries he had. After that, the charming demon with a soothing voice that always knew the words that were needed in any moment. And lastly, the flesh golem with his sharp tongue and carrying hard. He never shied away from the truth, but never aimed to harm. Yet, even with these imitations, and with his magic that breathed life into them, that's all they really were. Imitations. Puppets that were alive, but not truly. They couldn't talk to him, or feel their own emotions. They just moved around the cottage and fields, like ghosts that weren't fully there. A silent, yet ever-present reminder of what he had lost and could never regain. But that was alright. He would be with them soon. He had lived long enough and knew this time was near. His time was near. He would reunite with them again, and it would be genuine, not just puppets made from his memories. Yet, until that day came, he would continue to fuel these figures, ensure that they remained whole, and keep them safe. He would use his memories to build them up, and his magic to shield them. Even if his strength started to fail, he was sure that he could keep them around. Because being with them was like being at home. Imitations or not, they were his family. And until he got to join them, he would keep them with him. At all cost. He had to keep them with him.
Damn, what? Everybody died? What? Even the immortals? What the hell? What the heck? The angst. The angst indeed. Okay, so the next five, or the next four, I think. Or no, actually the next five are also by Aaron Light. I should have probably specified that to maybe not, post them all at once. But let's go for the next one. Okay. Let's see. At least they're not like, 10,000 words each. Right? So let's read the next one. The next one is called, and I don't know if that's the title, but maybe. You skip mine, it's okay, and happy 13 months. If you want to choose one, I'd say choose the newest. No, it's fine, it's fine. They're not too long, so it's fine, it's fine. But thank you so much for the 13th month, by the way. Thank you. Welcome back. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. So the title is, I believe, Shut Up, Make Me. Wait. And there's a bonus to that too. Yeah, there's a bonus to that one too. Okay. Okay. Are you almost done? Almost. You shift how you were sitting in his lap, turning so that you could look at him. His golden gaze was focused on his computer, a slight frown grazing his features as his fingers flew across the keyboard. For a moment, you lose the ability to speak, once again awestruck by the gorgeous man in front of you. So awestruck, actually, that you don't fully realize that he had shifted his gaze away from his work to you instead. Is there something on my face? No, why? His gentle voice draws you out of your admiration, and you refocus on him. The curious look he gives you makes you tilt your head in confusion. Well, you were staring. I what? No, I wasn't. Yes, you were. Was your staring really that obvious? You cover your cheeks with your hands as you start to blush and lean away from him. With a quiet chuckle, his hands leave his keyboard, instead coming to rest on the small of your back to keep you steady. Whoa there, careful. I don't want you falling off. I'm not going to fall off. Your hands shift to cover your face entirely. Even as he pulls you back to him, you can practically hear the amusement dancing in his voice. You're so cute when you're flustered. Can you shut up before you kill me? He hums thoughtfully, and you feel him wrap both arms around you, holding you close to him. Nah. Please? Make me. You peek between your fingers to see Cass's face extremely close to yours. Make you? Wordlessly, he taps his lips, a smirk accompanying the action. You cover your eyes again for a moment, and he lets out a playful sigh. Oh well, I guess if you won't make me shut up, I can just keep talking about all the times I find you cute. Let's see. You're cute right now, with how flustered you are. You're also cute when you're sleepy, and complaining about wanting to sleep. You're also cute when you ask for cuddles, and oh my gosh! Driven by a desire to stop the flow of compliments, you smack your hands over his lips. Undeterred, he nips at your fingertips playfully, making you pull away with a huff. Cass! Even as you scold him, he leans forward. Yet he pauses just before your lips touch, glancing at you for permission. When you give him a small nod, he kisses you softly. You're cute. I thought the kiss was supposed to shut you up. I think I need another one. You giggle, running your fingers through his hair as he gives you another sweet kiss that makes your heart melt. You're so silly. And that's the end. Oh, there's a bonus though. You want to hear the bonus? Crashing out? Okay. Okay, the bonus. You loved his voice. Really, you did. You had always thought you would never get tired of it. Whether he was talking or singing, it was something that you found comfortable. Cozy. Yet. He's bouncing on that song again? I can't help it, it's too catchy. You give your boyfriend a look, and he flashes you a grin, still humming the song. It had started out as a joke, but now, I can hardly breathe when he's... Shut up. Make me. Unable to take it anymore, you grab his hand, yanking him towards you with a little warning, before he has the chance to question you. Your lips are on his, effectively cutting off the song. What was... That's my down payment and my request for you to shut up. Lovingly, of course. He glances at you, the next line of lyrics, on the tip of his tongue. Still, he chooses to satisfy his curiosity first. If that's the down payment, what's the full payment? You'll only find out if you promise to shut up. Are you seriously considering whether it's worth it? The incredulous look you give him is enough to break him, and squeezes your hand as he leans down. I promise to shut up. Good boy. You give him a satisfied smile, leaning up up to kiss him again. He hums happily, clearly satisfied with your offer. He holds you closer, not letting you break off the kiss right away. His thumb brushes against your cheeks, or cheek, and the tender touch makes you lean against him. See? Isn't this better than singing the song? Yeah? You pinch his cheeks at his sad voice, a teasing glint in your gaze. I'm not saying you can't sing it forever, just not today. So you don't hate the song? No, I don't hate it. He perks up, giving you a glance. You don't. No, after all. You tap his nose, looking bemused. It is a catchy song. It is a catchy song. He's bouncing on my booty cheeks. I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. Oh my god, wait, that was funny. That was actually hilarious. That was so good. Nice. Too accurate? He's such a brat? That did sound kinda accurate, not gonna lie. Oh man. I think my best friend is watching, and I can't say I'm normal when you do that. He's bouncing on my booty cheeks, I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. Next one is also made by Aaron Light. The next 4 are also made by Aaron Light. This one's called actually I don't know. I don't think this one has a title. It says Dewdrops Bon Appetit. But I don't think that's the title. Okay. Oh. There's the girl I told you about. Lee. You look where he had pointed. He had mentioned this girl a few times before. Something about how she couldn't take a hint, and how she kept coming onto him whenever he visited this cafe to do some work. You couldn't deny that your curiosity was piqued, and so when he said he was going to the cafe again, you decided to go with him. It had been a peaceful day thus far. Oh, did my thing die? Did it die? Really? Oh my god. Are we back? Refresh. We died for like a second or so. Damn, okay. Did it cut off right at the beginning? Well, we can just restart. Damn, we cut off right as I started. That's crazy. Okay. Let's start again. Oh, there's the girl I told you about. Huh? You look where he had pointed. He had mentioned this girl a few times before. Something about how she couldn't take a hint, and how she kept coming onto him whenever he visited this cafe to do some work. You couldn't deny that your curiosity was piqued, and so when he said he was going to the cafe again, you decided to go with him. It had been a peaceful day thus far. The cafe had amazing drinks and treats to go with them. The weather was nice, and you were being productive. It was the perfect day. Almost. You didn't even have to ask Cass to confirm who it was. The moment you saw her, it was obvious. Even as she walked towards the counter, she kept looking at your boyfriend, somehow not even noticing the fact that you were sitting beside him. This is your fault. What? But I didn't even do anything. You're too pretty. You lean over to kiss his cheek, your way of reassuring him that you didn't mean it. Yet, when you pulled away, you noticed that the girl was staring at you, jealousy clear in her eyes. Here she comes.
What? Hey, Cass, it's good to see you again.
Hey. His golden gaze stayed on you, a quiet plea for help. You shift closer to him, giving the girl a deceptively sweet smile.
Babe, who's this?
This is... Babe. The girl interrupted, her eyes once again looking at you with extreme jealousy. You placed your hand on his arm, giving it a slight squeeze when you noticed her looking at where your arm touched him.
Yeah, this is... Is she your girlfriend, or are you guys just talking?
Her lack of social skills honestly left you appalled. You saw the way Cass's jaw clenched, and you know that even his patience was running thin.
Bitch, if I kill you, are you dead, or are you just not breathing? A giggle leaves you when they both look at you in shock. The girl flushed before quickly excusing herself, and beside you, Cass looks at you with pride.
That's my girl.
That's... that's a good question. What does that even mean? Is your girlfriend? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's my girl though. Yeah, if she doesn't act like this, I don't want her. It was a meme on TikTok, so I did a fanfic on all of them. Ah, I see. Yeah, okay, that's nice. Awesome. Next one. This one is Fluff, apparently. Okay, and the title is Would You? Okay. Cass looks up curiously at the sound of your soft giggle, pulling himself away from his work. Deciding to take a short break, he moves over to the sofa, sitting down beside you, an arm around your shoulders. What are you looking at? You lean into him, showing him your phone screen. Your friend had just texted you about their boyfriend, and the story was one that you were sure you'd laugh about together for a while. Apparently, Roscoe said he'd kill you for his partner. Did he now? Yep, something about you bullying him, and how he'd defend them if the roles were reversed. He started it. That's what they said. You broke into a fit of giggles at your boyfriend's indignant expression, turning your phone off before setting it aside. Cass's gaze softened in affection, and he lets out a soft chuckle himself. What would you do? What do you mean? His golden gaze met yours, slightly encouraging to clarify your question. Would you kill me if I ask you to? He hums thoughtfully, leaning back on the sofa while still holding you in his arm. You let yourself be pulled along with him, patiently waiting for his answer. Well, sure, I'd kill for you. I'd even die for you, if you really wanted. I'd do the same for you. He smiles, amusement clearly visible as he shakes his head. You look at him, questioningly, wondering if you had said something wrong. I know you would, love, but I don't want that. You don't? Surprise creeps into your voice, and this time, you
you're the one watching him, waiting for him to elaborate. He lets out another chuckle, pressing his lips against your forehead. Then his breath tickles your ear. Yeah, I mean, people say it all the time, but I care about you more. Would you drink water and eat a healthy meal for me? Would you be well rested for me? He murmurs in your ear, and despite the sweet words that leave his lips, your cheeks flush. Cass laughs slightly when you squirm, blowing lightly on your ear for added teasing. Wait, that's not fair. Oh, sorry. Wait, that's not fair. Those things are unrelated. Well, you puff your cheeks out at his prompting, giving him a weak glare as you relent. Yes. Good. Then, let's take a nap together. What? You slept late last night, right? Well, yeah, but... No buts. You said you'd stay well rested for me. Off to bed we go. Cass cuts you off with a kiss, easily picking you up. You blink in surprise as he carries you to the bed. Your heart melting all at the way he sets you down gently. You're so silly. I love you. I love you too. Wow. Guys, would you guys, drink water for me and eat healthily and be well rested? Yeah, dying for somebody is easy. Living for somebody, that's hard. No? That's crazy. No comment. That's crazy. I can barely do that for myself. Well, come on. It's not that hard. Says the one who goes to sleep at 4 a.m. sometimes. That doesn't matter. That's not, that's not important. What's important is you. Yeah, there's a big difference. All right. Let's see. Okay. Not until you wake up earlier and not miss meetings. I don't miss meetings anymore. I was literally on time for my last one. I don't miss them anymore, come on. Never doubt me. Okay. So, the next one. Will you break the streak? No, I won't. No, I won't. The next one is called A Day Just Like Any Other by Aaron Light. And it's Gale x Cass. So let's see. It was a day just like any other. The sun was shining, and the wisps of clouds traveled in the blue sky as the elf stood at the helm of the ship. Salty air filled his breath as he took out at the sparkling sea. It was a day just like any other. The quiet buzz of the crew that moved around the ship, keeping them on course. The occasional shout of banter that came from his friends. The splash of waves hitting the hull, reaching his ears. It was a day just like any other. A smile graced his features as a familiar presence approached. Arms wrapped around him, a chin coming to rest on his shoulders as he leaned back into the embrace. What ya thinking about? Not much. Just thinking about how used to this I am. Cass turned his head slightly, placing a kiss on the pirate captain's cheek. Gale smiled at him, returning the favor as he gave the elf a squeeze. "You that used to having my arm wrapped around your waist?" I thought it was shoulders. The suggestive tone of his words made the elf flush, and Cass huffed as he pushed Gale's face away. Yet, when he heard the pirate's laughter, he gave up, settling his hand over Gale's instead. "I meant being on the ship." For a few moments, it was quiet. On his end, it was a comfortable silence, the type that you could only get with someone you loved and knew you loved you. A content sight left his lips, his eyes fluttering shut as he enjoyed the warm sunlight on his skin. Until... "Do you ever regret it?" "What?" The words were whispered, barely audible. He was sure he had misheard. He pulled away from the pirate captain, his pirate captain, to turn and look at the man. Olive green eyes stared at him seriously, a hint of obvious doubt swimming in the depths. "Do you ever regret it? You know, coming on this ship?" His brow furrowed, and he reached out to gently cup Gale's cheeks. "Which ones?" Cass tilted his head, his golden gaze shimmering with confusion. Why in the world would I regret it? Gale shifted from one foot to another, turning his gaze away from the elf, despite how close he was standing. He focused on the wooden planks beneath him, his voice dropping. "I mean, you had to leave behind your life and your family, just to come out to the sea with me." Cass's gaze softened, and he leaned forward to peck Gale's nose. When the captain finally looked at him, he smiled. For a moment, Gale was breathless. Cass was truly stunning, his white hair fluttering in the breeze, and the sunlight framing him like a halo. But the most stunning part about him was his golden gaze. His golden gaze that was full of undeniable love and affection. For him. Gale Galleon joining you on this journey was the best... Gale Galleon joining you on this adventure was the best decision of my life. And that's saying something. He let out a chuckle, briefly thinking back on the long years he had lived before meeting this human. This human that had somehow wriggled his way into his heart and made a home for himself there. Cass leaned forward again, this time pressing his lips against his beloved's. "As long as I get to be by your side, I'll never regret it." "Really?" "Absolutely." Gale's eyes brightened, and his arms wrapped around Cass's waist once more. Without hesitation, he pulled him in for another kiss. "You might be stuck with me forever." "Trust me, Gale. There's no place I'd rather be." No. No place I'd rather be. No. Yay, sea flower! Sea flower, everybody! Yippee! Yeah. You got this song right? Yeah, of course. Oh, let me stretch. Oh my god, I've been reading so much. I don't usually read books, guys. I don't read books. I couldn't name 10 books. Actually, maybe I could. Okay.
Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. A Diary of a Wimpy Kid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Does that count? Does that count? No? God damn it. That's a series? So? That's still a book. Like, each one of them is a book. You couldn't even name the titles? Oh, fuck! They each have, like small titles, too! Oh my god! Okay. What about... a song... What was that called again? A Song of Ice and Fire? No, wait. No, it is. A Song of Ice and Fire. Yeah. A Song of Ice and Fire. What else? Wait. I got 2, right? Oh, yeah. I got 2. Let's say I got 2. 2 more. 8 more books. Fuck. He's Googling, that's cheating. No, I'm not Googling. I was just checking if that was correct, what I said. I'm not Googling. You would hear it. You would hear if I was typing on my keyboard. Look. See? What other books did I read? Oh. The Kid in the Striped Pajama. I read that one. What else? I read Faust. Goethe's Faust. Yep. I read fuck. I got 4 so far. Shit. I don't know. I like numbers better anyway. True. Fuck letters, am I right? The only letters I want to see are in my math equations. Okay, next one. The next one is also by Aaron Light, called Can You Paint with All the Colors of the Wind? Okay. Another 2-page one. How can there be so much that you don't know? You let out a sigh of exasperation as you glare at the elf sitting across from you. Cass merely huffs, flipping his hair over his shoulder. Do you get how rude you're being? I only speak the truth. There are things humans can never experience due to their inadequacies? Man, I can't read that. You guys and your words. Ha. You know you could do something about that rather than just belittling us. Why in the world would I want to spend more time with humans? His word cut deeper than you'd like to admit. Realization fills his golden gaze as you stiffen. He stands up with you, reaching out to grasp your wrist, only to stop in his tracks when you glare at him. My sincerest apology, oh great one. This inadequate human will just leave now.
Wait, that's not what I meant. Then what did you mean, Cassian? He flinched at the use of his full name. It was a sign that you were truly upset with him, if you were abandoning the usual nickname you used with him. With a sigh, he reached out for your wrist again, giving it a small tug as he guided you out of the room. I'll just show you. But if you walk the footsteps of a stranger, before you could fully process what was happening, the scenery shifted. Cass's grip on your wrist stayed firm as the colors shifted around you, only settling once you were blanketed by the green forest. Humans cause too much destruction. They throw things away just for the sake of technology or advancement. His expression twists with distaste as he starts to walk down the forest path. It takes you a moment to realize that he had let go of you. The hint of sadness in his tone spurs your feet into walking after him. We're not that destructive. Cass smiles wryly at your weak protest. Instead of responding, he pressed a finger to his lips, indicating that you should keep your voice low. Before you could question him, a flash of brown entered your vision. A bear. Fear gripped your heart, and you latched onto him immediately, tugging on his sleeve. He seemed unfazed by the wild animal, and by your insistent tugging. Instead of sharing your fear, he merely walks closer to the bear, dragging you along with him. This is what I mean. His voice is soft, and he doesn't have to say anything else for you to understand. Instead of attacking or even fleeing, the bear lumbered closer. If it hadn't been for his hand resting on yours, you would have run away. Or at least tried to. Instead, you watched it get closer, meeting the bright gaze that looked at you curiously. Fuck, I can't read anymore. Holy shit. For a moment, you held your breath. Then the bear smiled. You learned things you never knew. You stood still as the bear came closer, bumping against your legs, almost like a dog, still feeling a bit panicked. You glance at Cass, who only looks amused. With a quiet chuckle, he placed his hand on the bear. Go on, she's friendly. Hesitantly, you did as he said, knowing that despite all his faults, he wouldn't put you in harm's way. Slowly but surely, you rest your hand on the bear's back. When she doesn't do anything, you give her a small pat. See? Friendly. The bear snorts in response. Whether she was trying to agree or just had something in her snout, you'll never truly know. She looks at Cass over her shoulders for a moment before lumbering off, leaving you to follow Cass as he walks deeper into the forest. Roll in all the riches all around you. It was an eye-opening experience, to say the least. Even if he hadn't been rude about it, he had been right. There were some things you never would have expected if you had never met Cass. You wouldn't have walked along the hidden pine trails, or tasted the sweet berries that you had never seen in any grocery store you visited. And for once, never wonder what they're worth. Even as it started to rain, he didn't panic. He merely took your hands in his, giving it a gentle squeeze as you continued to walk along the riverside. An otter popped up, chattering at you with delight before diving back underwater. That was Oshawott. It was then that you truly realized what Cass had been trying to tell you. There was a special sense of tranquility that you hadn't quite felt before. A comfort that only washed over you when you were enveloped in nature's embrace. You started to understand why every myth portrayed the earth as a living being, rather than just a composition of different minerals. And we are all connected to each other. I wasn't trying to offend you, Cass spoke quietly, as you sat on a stone ledge together. It was a stunning viewpoint, overlooking the vast forest. Occasionally, the wind blew colorful leaves around you, as if it were trying to play a game of tag. I know. Are you still mad? You turned your gaze towards him, taking a moment to admire the way he nearly glowed in the moonlight. The sight, combined with the melody of nature surrounding you, created an ethereal experience. With a soft smile, you shook your head. We need to sing with all the voices of the mountain. No. He lets out a sigh of relief, tension leaving his body at your simple response. Amusement fills your gaze as you lean against him, resting your head on his shoulder. Were you really that worried? Of course. Kaz hesitates, taking your hand in his. He looked down, thinking over his words as you rubbed small circles on the back of your hand. I know, I say I hate humans all the time, but I don't mean you. He pauses, giving your hand a small squeeze. I could never hate you. You smile in response, lifting your head from his shoulders and meet his golden gaze. The gentle wind played with his long strands, weaving different colors into his white locks. For a moment, you wondered how he saw you in this moment. Wondered whether you were also bathed in the colors of Mother Earth. I know, Cass. I feel the same way. He smiled softly, the remnants of his worries melting away. The moon almost seemed to wink at you as he leaned forward, pressing his lips against yours. You can paint with all the colors of the wind. Yay! Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, guys. I don't hate all humans. Come on. Just Gale. No. I'm just kidding. Let me drink some water. Okay. So many Pocahontas references? Ooh. I didn't get any of these. I think... Oh wait. That one very popular song, isn't it also called like Colors of the Wind or something like that? From Pocahontas? How's your voice doing? You know, it's doing. Yeah, it's getting rough. I can feel it getting rough for sure. Oh man. Don't strain it too much. I have a rest day tomorrow, so it should be fine. It should be fine. The lyrics are woven in. Yeah, I noticed. Like, I didn't understand them at first, and I was like, probably just, you know. Hazel, thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you, thank you. Your voice is so good and soothing. It's making me fall asleep so many times. Come back, Cass. Take it easy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. And welcome back for 13 months. I'm working on a Disney series, so I chose a song for each Avallum boy. Ah, okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm thinking what other songs, like other Disney songs, could fit to other Avallum members. But yeah, let me check something real quick. That was actually the last one by Aaron Light for... Yeah, I think so. Oh no, there's another one, but that one comes later. A lot later. Okay. Let me see this. Ooh, I'm seeing another angst. And it's another yin yang's one. But this one isn't too short. Isn't too long, so we can read it whole. Yeah. This one's also made by V. Yes. Oh, gotta rest a little. My voice. I can feel like something, something in the back of my throat. What's with you and being good in angst figs? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Alright, so the title is One Step Too Far. Alright. Cassian stood by the door, suitcase by his side, heart in his throat. He had been here before, in this dimly apartment that smelled of Lucian's cologne, and the faint trace of the coffee he never finished. He had stood in this exact spot so many times, whispering, "I'll be back soon," until the words lost their meaning. Lucian sat on the edge of the bed, his back to him, his fingers digging into the sheets as if holding onto something unseen, something already slipping away. His breathing was steady, too steady. A practiced calm that made Cassian's stomach twist, because he knew what it meant. Lucian had made peace with this moment before it even happened. Cassian swallowed hard. "I don't want to go." His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. Lucian let out a quiet, hollow laugh. "Then don't." The words landed like a blow to the chest. Cassian clenched his fists. "You know I had to. Or you know I have to." Lucian turned then, slowly, his amber eyes, dull with exhaustion. "No," he said, voice soft but sharp enough to cut. "You choose to." Cassian felt something inside him fracture. "Lucian." "No," Lucian interrupted, shaking his head, a tired smile pulling at his lips bitter. Resigned, broken. Don't feed me another excuse. Don't tell me this is just one more trip. Don't promise me things you won't keep. Just don't. Cassian's chest tightened, lungs fighting for air in the room that suddenly felt too small. He had never wanted this life, this constant leaving, this aching distance. But it had become a part of him, a weight that could not set down, that he could not set down. He had told himself over and over that Lucien understood, that Lucien chose this too. But looking at him now, at the way he sat there, barely holding himself together, Cassian realized he had been a fool. Lucien had never chosen this. He had only ever chosen Cassian, and that had never been enough. Outside, the car honked, a sharp, impatient sound that shattered the silence. Lucien flinched, then he exhaled, slow and controlled, pressing the heels of his palm into his eyes, as if trying to wipe away something he didn't want Cassian to see. And then, barely above a whisper, so quiet Cassian almost didn't hear it, Lucien said, "If you walk out that door, don't come back." Cassian's breath caught. Lucien had never said that before. His hands shook as he reached for him, but Lucien pulled away before he could touch him. Cassian's fingers curled into a fist. His body screamed at him to stay. His heart begged him to drop his suitcase, to close the windows, to lock the doors, to crawl back into bed and bury himself in Lucien's warmth, to press kisses to his skin until the morning came and he could pretend this choice had never existed. But the car was outside, and Lucien wasn't looking at him anymore. Cassian took a step back, then another. He reached for the doorknob with shaking fingers, swallowing down the unbearable weight in his throat. "Say something," he rasped, desperate now. Lucien didn't. So Cass turned the knob, stepped into the cold. The rain had started, soft at first, then heavier, soaking through his shirt, dripping from his hair. It blurred the streetlights, turned the world into a hazy, shimmering thing. He told himself to walk to the car, to move, to breathe. But his feet stayed planted. His heart screamed at him, "Go back, go back." And yet, he stood there, drowning in the rain, as the doors behind him remained closed.
Damn. What the heck? Why did I leave him? What happened? What? There was someone picking me up too? Huh? How could you? I don't know what's happening. What'd you do, Cass? I don't know. I'm leaving him, not the other way around, so maybe he did something. I don't know. Was it just a tax? I don't know. Maybe it was. Would you leave him? Anytime. No, I'm kidding. No, nobody leaves nobody. It's inspired from the song Cars Outside by James Arthur. Ah! I see. Ah. Don't say bro. You just wrote that. You can't bro me when you wrote that. Like, what? The divorce is confirmed? No. That was nice too. Oh my god. No, it's so detailed and like, you guys use such big words. Oh my god. Stretching. Writers for a reason? I guess so. Come on. Think of ESL. Think of me. Come on. Okay. What is this? The next one is by Axirna. It's a Mafia AU where Cyberleaf is canon. Cyberleaf. Oh, wait. Is that me and Nyx? In this AU, is canon in this AU because I'm a sucker for rare pairs and dragged along for the ride. Cat's POV. Okay. Cyberleaf is Nyx and me, right? That's crazy. I don't hear that very often. So, looking forward to that. Okay. So it's 3 pages, relatively dense text. Looking forward to that. Okay. There's also the Nyx's POV in the comments. I'll just do my POV. Okay. It's so small, oh my god. Like the text is so small. Okay. You two literally had a makeout session in the goddamn hallway. The white-haired man screeched in the same manner his assistant, Nayuta, would when he got frustrated when writing his medical reports. Oh. You two literally had a makeout session in the goddamn hallway! Gale looked shocked, and Zanny allowed a cheeky grin to form on his face. Wait, when did this happen? Gale was cut off by Zanny shoving some food into his mouth. Just the other day, after that gala, the two went to... just the other night, after that gala the two went to. The doctor sighed, taking his seat, being thankful they all were eating at one of Gale's privately owned establishments. Roscoe was bright red. You start on the what I did? Oh, fuck me. Why did I... Okay, I didn't even notice this. Okay. Oops. I was like, okay, that's a crazy start. Okay. Okay. Again, from the start. We were gonna do that again later. The Nayuta screech. Okay. He sat at the table, a headache already forming. Somehow he agreed to dinner with Roscoe and Gale, and Xander was there too. What a lovely bunch of people. The 3 people who were too stubborn and utterly oblivious to one another's feeling. Gale liked Zanny, and the feelings were mutual from Zanny. Roscoe liked Malum, who seemed to reciprocate the feelings. Especially since he saw the two making out down the hall just a few nights ago. Like it wasn't oblivious. Sorry, like it wasn't obvious. They were just idly chatting at the table. Primarily topics of work, daily life, personal interests, and other mundane subjects were discussed. The night wasn't too lively, just how Cass liked it. But there was a lot of chatter. Go figure. Especially with Gale already drowned in half a bottle of vodka. He got very talkative after a few shots of the stuff. Xander happily indulged Gale in the conversation with some flirting. The blonde, too, had a cup of drink that Zanny had occasionally touched. Some concoctions of orange juice and vodka, a screwdriver if Cass remembered the name correctly. As for him and Roscoe,
Cass had a glass of rosé he was leisurely sipping at, and Roscoe too had a cup of wine. Still, he had not yet taken a drink, as he was a lightweight and would soon fall sleepy after drinking less than a third of a glass. So he stuck to drinking some water. Cass watched. He watched as Gale and Zanny flirted. Zanny was also getting touchy with the doctor's boss. With a sigh, he watched irk marks forming over his head. Roscoe noticed and tugged at Cass's doctor coat. He had gone to the dinner the moment he got off work. The male with white hair looked to the pink-haired man and raised an eyebrow. "What's with the sigh, Cass?" "Oh, sorry. What's with the sigh, Cass?" he asked innocently. Cass didn't know if he found it cute or annoying. "Just watching the two. It's infuriating," Cass said, sipping his wine. Roscoe looked in the direction of Gale and Zanny. Gale was chatting, and Zanny watched him with full attention, his thumb rubbing the captain's hand in small circles. They just... Cass sets his cup down. "When the fuck will you two just date?" he yelled, getting Gale and Zanny's attention. "Now, wait. Now, dog. Calm down," Zanny said, trying to avoid the question, and Gale blatantly ignored him. Cass groaned in frustration, drowned his drink, and reached for the wine for a refill. He was holding onto his remaining sanity, and if that meant he was going to become an alcoholic at the end of the night, so be it. After pouring his second glass, he closed his eyes. Cheers to a long dinner. They make eye contact. Zanny's eyes linger on Gale's lips. The body language. Gale leaning in as Xander talked. The personal space. Gale pulling the blonde charmer into his lap. Cass noticed every little thing. Roscoe just absent-mindedly ate his dinner. Like the tech specialist was a traumatized individual who was diagnosed with PTSD, Cass had diagnosed Roscoe personally. It was not like Roscoe was any better, and Cass spoke too soon. Roscoe dropped his fork. "Shit!" he huffed out under his breath. "What?" Cass asked in a slightly sharp tone. Not that he meant to. I like scent. You just realized?" Cass bellowed out, shooting up from his seat, hands slamming the table, making the glass of drinks vibrate violently. Roscoe didn't get the chance to speak. You two literally had a makeout session in the goddamn hallway!" The white-haired man screeched in the same manner his assistant, Nayuta, would when he got frustrated when writing his medical reports. Gale looked shocked, and Zanny allowed a cheeky grin to form on his face. "Wait, when did this happen?" Oh. Gale was cut off by Zanny shoving some food into his mouth. Just the other night after that gala the two went to. The doctor sighed, taking his seat, being thankful they all were eating at one of Gale's privately owned establishments. Roscoe was bright red, trying to hide his face in his hands. "You two were as bad as Gale and Zanny, I swear to God." Cass didn't get a chance to finish as his phone rang. He fished it out of his pocket and answered. "Hello?" he questioned. "Cass, baby!" It was Nix. "Nix, why are you calling?" he asked. "Aren't you with Malum and Naita?" he asked. "Yes. But I get it now." Nix sighed. Cass quickly glanced at the others. Gale was flirting with Zanny, and Roscoe looked like he had made a world-shattering discovery. Nix went on.
Malum just had the realization of liking Roscoe, and Ryza acted like it was no news.
Huh? Cass questioned. Who's Ryzar? I asked myself. Someone Malum Altus and Naito know. Oh, wait, what? I don't know Ryzar. Cass heard Malum in the background. I see. Who's Altus? He asked his partly cybertronic boyfriend. Nayuta's boyfriend. No, Nayuta's boyfriend. We are not dating! Nayuta roared from the end of Nyx's line, causing Cass to laugh. Anyways, I get it. I understand why you get frustrated with the other three. Oh, fuck. Anyways, I get it. I understand why you get frustrated with the other three, Nyx mumbled. Cass could hear him rubbing his temples. Yeah, well, enjoy your time with the other boys. I still need to deal with... Cass looked at his scene with the people I have. He finished off. After some more exchange of words and a quick I love you from the other, the call ended. Cass put his phone away and watched the three men he was with. Hey, Cass? Roscoe asked. Yes? Cass responded, drinking more of his wine. How did you confess? The pink-haired man asked, fidgeting with the sleeves of his jacket. To whom? He asked in a bored manner. He was done with everyone's shit. Your boyfriend? Again, which one? Cass asked. Roscoe was dumbfounded, and it was time for Gale to pitch in. Oh, Cass had a boyfriend before Nyx, but he died. Oh, my condolences, Roscoe said awkwardly. Comforting wasn't a strong suit of his. Cass shrugged. It's fine. If the wars didn't kill him, something was bound to. Old age, blunt force trauma to the head by an elbow strike, 4 bullets to temporal lobe. He was bound to die, as was everyone else. He just happened to die a year and a bit ago. Goddamn. Cass said, finishing off his wine and staring at the glass, debating if he wanted more. If he wanted more so needed more. I see. Wait. I see. Well, how did you confess to either one of them? Roscoe asked. Lucy and I started dating after I left the military. I confessed over our weekly coffee. As for Nyx, we never did anything, I guess, big. More of talking about where we stood with each other and agreed to use the labels of boyfriend and dating. And that's where we are now, Kaz explained. Roscoe took it in and nodded and took a swig of his water. Roscoe, let loose. You drink your wine. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong person. Roscoe, let loose. Drink your wine. You haven't touched it at all. Zanny cheered. He was tipsy as he placed an arm around the shorter male. Roscoe whined from the physical affection. He wasn't the biggest fan of physical affection from people. Now, he whined. If I drink, I'll be asleep. And not even a third of the glass will make me sleepy. You know this. Roscoe went on with a smile, and Xander laughed loudly. Gale stared at the charmer, like he hung the moon. He had heart-shaped pupils. I hated you. I hate you, all of you. Cass mumbled, hanging his head in shame that he was afflicted. He wouldn't admit it, but they were also his friends. With these men. What did I do? What did I do? Roscoe asked. You're slow. You just realized your feelings for Malim. You're as bad as Zanny. Cass yelled before pouring himself a glass of wine and drowning it immediately. Thank goodness he was Thank goodness he was a heavy drinker and knew how to hold his liquor. Cassian, I'm not that bad, Zanny said, grinning. Cass stared at them, and his face said it all. He was done with everyone's bullshit. Without a word, he stood up, took off one of his medical gloves. Yes, he still had those on and his coat, and slapped Roscoe and Zanny. Fuck you and your descendants to come. Cass scoffed and looked away from the blonde and the pink-haired man, refusing to give both of them any more of his time. Cass noticed Gale watching, and as if Gale's face alone pissed the doctor off, he stood up, walked to the other side of the table, and slapped Gale with his glove as well. And fuck you, Gallon! You are the worst of them! A soft groan escaped the mafia boss's lips, and he glared at his top doctor. Hey! I'm the one paying the bill! Gale yelled. Sorry, Dad, Cass encountered with a slight growl. Before sitting back in his seat, he hoped his boyfriend's hangout was going better than his own. He had another glass of rosé. What? I just slapped them all. What the fuck? What the hell? I slapped my boss too, apparently. I don't know if that works in a mafia. Oh my god. It's been 3 hours already? That was wild, for sure. This is becoming that slapping meme. Wait, you're right. You're right. Oh. Okay. The next one is relatively short, but it's also by Xerna, and it is about dewdrops and netherlings interacting with each other. So, let's see. Wait 1 second. Okay. Oh my god, my voice actually. Oh. Wow. I'm shaking my throat right now. Oh. Maybe a little break? Oh, I don't know. Good thing you have a rest day tomorrow. Good thing I have a rest day tomorrow. Yep. I mean, I'm really grateful for my rest days. I don't think I could like stream every single day. I need to like recharge. Okay, Sans Undertale. Makes sense, but I could watch you every day, that's for sure. Alright, we're gonna be playing Valorant right after. Gorilla stream. No. Can we skip this level? You can't, it's the boss fight. How do you want to skip the boss fight? Come on. No Valorant. Oh my god, I'm so done with this. I am so done with this game. Oh, yeah, I need like a minute or two.
No Valo, no Sacroberry? No.
No.
I might play, but probably off stream. Yeah. I've been enjoying this though so far. It's nice. Really nice. What is up with this Naruto umbrage emoji, huh? What is up with you? He hates us? No. No. Oh my god. Cassian Floros, you playing Valorant off stream? Grrr. Okay, first of all, it's because I have like another account where I play on EU servers, and like, you know, I'm just trying to push as well. But I should probably just level my other account so that we can play ranked next time, like next week. Currently it's level 13, so I need 7 more levels. I don't know if that's possible to do, you know, until next week. Maybe it is, but it's probably better if I have like someone else to play with, right? Because you get like group experience and shit. Holding you to it. Yeah, I'm playing next week. Literally, I told you guys already. Let me just put it into the calendar so that everybody knows. Here, Valorant EU servers. Boom. So that means I gotta think of three more things to do. Well, I might have a collab next week, actually. Yeah, I might have a collab. Have you planned out your next week's schedule yet? I have the theme karaoke. I have the Valorant stream and probably a collab next week. Yeah. EU server collab? No, no, it's not Valorant. It's not Valorant. For the EU servers thing, on Valorant, I'm probably gonna be playing alone because I don't think anybody else has an EU account. I told Nayu I could make an account for him, and he sent me a GIF of like nervously chewing gum. So yeah. Nyx? I don't think Nyx plays this game actively. Yeah. Anyway, let's read the next one. Read the next one. Okay. It's called A Splash of Affection. They were undeniably squishy. These drops of water were like a bubble that never popped. The netherlings would bounce on them, sometimes just float inside these living water droplets. In the club, it was a rare treat for the netherlings to see the dewdrops. They did drop in on occasions, so when they did, the netherlings would make the fullest of the opportunity. The dewdrops tend to stay with the sage of creation, Cassian, as that was their creator. But the high elf did enter the club from time to time to see the incubus. Zanny and Cass were somewhat close in their little group, but one-on-one time was rare. So before Cass would show up, Zanny would ask for a high elf to bring his companions, which he did. For the high elf, sorry. So on the days the dewdrops came into the club, just like with any guests, a wave of netherlings ambushed the living water droplets with affection, which the dewdrops returned. To Zanny's slugger surprise, the netherlings
seemed somewhat chilled when the dewdrops were around, despite some of the normal chaos of trying to drink them and floating around in their water-like bodies. The Netherlings were sort of soothed out. Of course, the leaving was the hardest part. The Netherlings were somewhat clingy to their liquid friends, that they didn't let the dewdrops go. Some even tried to escape the club by hiding inside the dewdrops, but Zanny had a firm grasp on his demonic balls of jelly. So leaving was not an option. So the Netherlings would just have to wait till the Cass came over to visit with his dewdrops. Some Netherlings are still sat at the door, waiting for the magically created water droplets to return. Aw, you guys are friends. Look at that. We're all slaying together. I guess so. I guess so. Very cute. I wonder how long I should go for today. Cause wait, how many more is there to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 more. God damn. Vivi, thank you so much for the super. Thank you. Gonna eat, so thank you so much for reading my fics, Kaz. Your voice acting made it so much better than I imagined while writing it. Very, very taskaru. Thank you. Thank you for writing them. Thank you. You're very, very talented. Thank you so much. Yeah, we probably have to like make a part 2. To like go through all of them. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, I see one that it's dumb. It's really dumb. Oh my god. Whatever. Let me take a toilet break real quick. I'll be right back. Okay? Don't miss me too much. Hello? Hello? Wow. Hey guys. I'm back. Oh my god. Should I be prepared for the next one? The next one is called Surprise Party. So it's made by Rebecca. Yeah. Summary: Cass will be gone for 2 days, so the Dewdrops came up with the great idea of throwing a surprise party for when he returns. Ah. Wow, you gotta make a party when I'm gone for 2 days? I have been gone for 2 days. Where were my parties? It's okay. I usually don't take more than 1 day of a break. Cause yeah, I miss you guys too much. And you guys miss me too much. Where are the funds? Oh, I gotta I gotta pay for a surprise party for myself? Should we cook one for you? Next time I'm gone for 2 days or more. That might be actually very soon, depending on the week, because let me check something real quick. I gotta check my calendar real quick before we continue with the fanfics. Because Saturday the 17th is Pokemon pre-release. I might stream at the evening actually. In the evening. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that should be fine. One second. TBA. Or it depends. Maybe I just take Saturday off, but oh, that sucks. No, I can't. I'll take Friday off instead. He hates us? No, what the hell? He's leaving us for Pokemon. I never said that. I never said that. Guys, if I pull a good card from the pre-release event, I'm gonna keep you guys updated, okay? Alright? I have a good feeling about this set. Mark my words, if I pull any secret art rare, like the Mewtwo EX or the Moltres EX, I'm gonna flip out. I'm actually gonna crash out. His happiness when he pulls a food card is so cute, so worth the separation anxiety. Minor spelling mistake. Anyway. My neck feels so stiff. Don't read my spelling error, no. I will correct it if it wasn't an actual word, but like food is an actual word. So I don't know if maybe you were meant to say that, or you meant to say that. I don't know. Pokemon are food, yeah. Exactly. Why would I say food? I don't know. All right. Let's read the next one. Here. It is 1,000 words. So not too bad. Here. All right. Starting tomorrow, Cass will be gone for 2 days. Wait, I just noticed something. Yep. The reverb increased. That's better. Okay. Is this a final? Final? No, this is not gonna be the last one for today. I'll probably do like After that, like 3 more maybe after that. And then, we'll see. I might have to like make a second stream out of this. Okay. Starting tomorrow, Cass will be gone for 2 days. So the Dewdrops came up with a great idea of throwing a surprise party for when he returns. Once Cass was gone the next morning, a few Dewdrops came together to plan out the party. Together, they collected various ideas for what they could do. After some discussion, they settled for the following things. First, they would open Pokemon booster packs together. Then they'd take a small break, eating some cake that they were planning to bake. After that would follow a small karaoke session, and last but not least, they had a horror game in mind that Cass would play while they were watching. What the heck? Once the plan was set, they divided us into different groups, with each being responsible for their respective task. Group 1 is in charge of the decorations. They came up with the idea of crafting a garland with "We Love Cass" written on it. They also got some blue, green, and white balloons, and some golden confetti. They decorated the place to the best of their abilities. They hung the garland where Cass would immediately see it once he entered the room. Overall, it looked very festive and welcoming. The second group was in charge of buying some booster packs for Cass. Since they couldn't go buy them themselves, they asked Zack for help. Zack agreed to help them under one condition. They were under no circumstances allowed to tell Cass that he had helped them. With no other option left, they had to accept Zack's deal. So he promised to get the packs and bring them in the next day. And knowing Zack, he would probably buy the worst ones. Group 3 is in charge of the karaoke. They created a small set list which included songs like "Many, Many More," "Crossing Fates," "Sit Tight," as well as a few more of Cass's favorite songs to sing. The Dewdrops that are responsible for the cake took some time to search up different recipes that they wanted to make the next day. After some discussion, they chose to make Dewdrop-themed cupcakes, as well as strawberry-flavored cheesecakes, with one singular strawberry on top. He's bouncing. With the day coming to an end, the Dewdrops decided to do a movie night, watching Howl's Moving Castle together before going to sleep. The next day, they started preparing the rest. They decided on a horror game. Cass hadn't played yet, making the couch look very comfy, not only for the horror game, but also the karaoke that would take place before. They finished off by preparing some snacks and drinks for the next day. The cake drops started baking the cupcakes. After those were done, they worked on the cheesecake, so the cupcakes could cool down in the meantime. With the cake done, they prepared the frosting for the cupcakes, separating into 2 bowls and dyeing it in 2 different shades of blue. Every drop tried their best in decorating the cupcakes, trying to make them look like themselves. They even added some edible eyes to make them look extra cute. With that done, they added the one singular strawberry to the cheesecake. God damn it. Finishing the cakes like right on time. It took them the whole day. Only once everything was prepared for Cass's return. Only once everything was prepared for Cass's return did they head to bed. The next morning, the Dewdrops were all really excited. They missed Cass so much and couldn't wait for him to finally return. When they heard the door click, they all go into position. As Cass entered the room, they shouted in unison, "Welcome back, Cass!" as well as, "We missed you!" Cass was completely flabbergasted, since he absolutely didn't expect such a cute surprise from the Dewdrops. Once he came back to his senses, he said with a big smile, "You prepared all of this for me? Aw, that's so nice of you guys." They led him to the table that was nicely set up with the cakes they prepared, as well as the Pokemon booster packs that Zack bought for him. As Cass sat down on his designated seat, they told him to open the packs. Everyone watched with excitement as Cass pulled some great cards, celebrating each good pull together. Once they opened all the packs together, it was time for a cake break. They handed Cass the best-looking cupcake, which had a little heart on it, as well as the piece of cheesecake that had the strawberry on it. Everything that had turned out really delicious. After that came the karaoke session. Everyone sang together. For some songs, it wasn't just the dewdrops singing. Some songs they sang it wasn't just the dewdrops singing. Some songs they sang together with Cass, and Cass also sang some solo songs. All in all, it was very fun, and the dewdrops loved hearing Cass sing. It's already evening now, so it's time for the last planned surprise, the horror game. The dewdrops switched from the karaoke program to the game and handed the controller to Cass, who was still sitting on the couch. The dewdrops all choose a comfy place from where they could watch him play. The game was really scary, but Cass tried to keep his cool so that his little friends felt a bit of reassurance. But some dewdrops were so scared that they even hid behind him and in his clothes and hair. But at the end of the day, there were also some jump scares that even made Cass jump. Yeah, because I wouldn't jump at jump scares usually. As they were finishing off the day, they heard some weird sounds coming from right outside their home. The dewdrops were still too scared from the horror game, so they sent Cass to look where the sound was coming from. With no other option left, he accepted his fate and went out to look for the source of the noise. Even though he was a little scared himself, luckily, it wasn't anything scary that made the noise, but rather a small cat. Cass picked it up and brought it inside. It didn't make the usual cat sounds. Rather, it sounded like it was saying, "Wee wee wee." Instead, since the cat was all alone outside, and it didn't look like someone was taking care of it, they figured that it must be a stray. Together, they made the decision to keep it and name it "Wee wee wee" because of the cute sound it made. And so the party ended with a new addition to the Dewdrop family. Aww. What the hell? That felt like a day report. I felt like a day. It didn't even feel fictional. It just felt like a day report. Wow. That's so cute. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wee wee wee.
We should change the tee-hee super ding to
Wee wee wee.
if you want to. If you want to. I mean, it's not hard to set up, right? I just have to record it, change it on Streamlabs, and yeah, that's it. Oh, we missed the wee wee? Really? Okay, I mean, I can probably set that up off stream before the stream on Sunday, so that should be fine. Or can I? Do I have time tomorrow? Ooh, I'm a little busy tomorrow, but maybe I can. He does love us? Okay. Come on, guys. I thought that was already established. I thought that was already pretty clear. Wait. Okay. Let me see. The next one is also made by Anne. Yes. Not too long, so... Alright. Yeah, we might be able to... Probably do 3 more from here on. I forgot, can you remind us again? Wait, what? Oh, about that. Sorry, I kind of forgot about too. What the hell, guys? Come on. I love y'all. Non-para. Yeah, probably, yeah, the next 3 and then the rest we're gonna do next time. Hoping that there's not like 10 more by next week. So, there we go. Oh yeah, this last one you'll like. Okay. Oh wait, this is pretty long. Shit, that's 5 pages. Whatever. We'll do this. So you won't be accepting more submissions? Well, you can submit yours. It's just not guaranteed that it will, you know, actually be done. You know, if there is more and I have more time to do, then I will do it. But if not, then not. You know. Because right now it's how many more? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more. Yeah, 12 more. You'll simply have to do this type of stream again, I guess. Yeah, again and again and again. Again! All right. Okay. So the next one, like I said, is by Anne. I don't know if it has a title. I don't think it has. So... It's good practice for your English and VA. True! Very true. You're right. That's still a lot. How many have you read? Oh, I would say like a little more than half, probably. Did I? I don't know how many I read. I didn't really keep track of it. But let's just start the next one. Cassian stood outside a rundown warehouse. The only light coming from him... The only light coming from his comms device on his wrist. To anyone else, it looked abandoned. Just another forgotten building in a forgotten part of the city. But Cassian knew better. Inside was the heart of an infamous trafficking ring. His team had spent years tracking it down, and now they were just a step away from bringing the whole operation down. His mission was simple: infiltrate the trafficking ring, gather intel, then retreat to make an actual plan. A recon job. Simple enough. But nothing ever went as planned. He supposed that was given. He supposed that was a given when you're part of a special ops division that handles cases that even the FBI or CIA can't handle. Cassian had seen the darkest depths of human greed and cruelty. Drug factories, weapons caches, fight rings, organ trades, you name it. But nothing could prepare him for the sight that greeted him tonight. Children, 5 of them, crammed together in a cage, barely big enough for two, shackled like animals, eyes wide with terror and hollow from hunger. They were still, so still that it took him a moment to realize they were still breathing. For now, at least, his stomach turned as he quickly ducked into the nearby bathroom stall, locking the door behind him and pressed a finger to his comm.
Cass, do you need backup?
Roscoe's voice crackled in his ear. He took a steadying breath, trying to suppress the tight knot in his chest. Yeah, I saw the leader, but... He swallowed hard, attempting to clear the bitter taste in his mouth. There's kids there. A beat of silence.
Shit.
Roscoe breathed out.
How many?
5. That I can see. I'm not sure if there's more, though. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. We've got to get them out. They look like they're on the brink of death.
Stop. Okay, just stay calm first.
Roscoe muttered, already tapping furiously on his end.
Do you have eyes on the leader?
Cass took a glance at the time. I saw him go into his office 10 minutes ago.
Okay, alright.
Roscoe said, fingers flying over a keyboard.
Give me everything you know.
Cass leaned back against the filthy stall wall, not caring about the grime, as he relayed every detail. Cameras, patrol patterns, blind spots, voice steady despite the storm rising in his chest. He could still see their eyes. After a moment, Roscoe's voice crackled through his earpiece again.
Got it. Stay put, Cass. Backup's on its way.
It seemed like an eternity had passed before a calm voice rang in his ear. Zanny. We're in, Cass. Priority is the leader. Target location marked. Cass hesitated, instinct already pulling him towards the cage, but he knew the truth. If they didn't take the leader down now, this would never end. Think about it, Cass. The sooner that fucker's locked up, the fewer kids end like this. He clenched his jaw, in and out. Take down the leader, then get the kids. And then get the kids out. He could do this. The takedown was swift, brutal, and precise. The kind of chaos only Avallum could pull off. Roscoe messed with their surveillance and alarms before anyone could notice a breach. Zanny blended in with the shadows, taking down the traffickers one by one. Quick, quiet, and efficient. Gale, in contrast, didn't bother with stealth. He busted through the front door like a wrecking ball, fists clearing a path with raw force. By the time the local police force arrived to back them up, the fight was already over. The traffickers were overwhelmed and subdued. Their operations dismantled in minutes. Cassian handed off the bruised, bleeding leader to Gale before turning on his heel. He didn't stop running until he reached the cage. It was tucked in the corner of the warehouse like an afterthought. But the moment Cass saw it, the world around him went silent. The children were still there, huddled together. Miraculously, they looked uninjured, spared from the crossfire. But that didn't mean that they were unharmed. Cass approached slowly, but even his careful steps made them flinch. They recoiled instinctively, shrinking back until they were pressed against the bars, eyes wide in terror. It felt like a knife to the gut. Just how much have these kids gone through? Cass slung his rifle behind him as he crouched down to the level. Hey there guys. We're gonna get you out, okay? His voice low and soft as he held his hands up. See? No weapons. You're safe now. Nayata, a name Cass would learn later, stared at him with a guarded expression, like he wanted to believe him, but couldn't risk it. His eyes held the weight of a child, forced to grow up too soon. Beside him, another boy cast a wary glance at the rifle slung behind Cass's back. Cass didn't blame them. With the key nowhere to be found, Cass drew his pistol and shot the lock. The metal shattered with a sharp clang, making the kids flinch. The cage door creaked open with a groan. No one moved. Then, slowly and hesitantly, the smallest one stepped forward. Malum, though Cass didn't know yet, couldn't have been more than 5. His oversized shirt hung off his frame, swallowing him whole, while one arm clutched a worn-out plushie tightly, like it was the only source of comfort he had. Behind him, a cyan-haired boy, limbs missing and covered with scars, hissed at him to come back. But Malum didn't listen. Instead, he toddled towards Cass and gripped the fabric off his pants with tiny, trembling hands. Cassian froze. He had seen death, torture, war. But somehow, this, the wordless plea of a small child, cut deeper than any bullet had ever had. Without a word, Cass scooped Malum into his arms. The boy immediately wrapped around him like a vine, clinging with a desperation that left Cass's throat tight. He ran a hand gently down Malum's back, murmuring soothing nonsense as he felt the slow damp of tears against his neck, and the tremble of a body finally letting go. He shifted his focus back to the other kids, surprised to see they had stepped out. He shifted Malum to one arm and reached a slow and steady hand out to them, offering choice, not pressure. "Come on," he said, voice laced with a gentle patience. "Let's get out of here, yeah?" Nayata stepped forward, but didn't take his hand. Cass didn't push. He just stood up and walked, leading 5 fragile shadows out of the darkness. Nice. Oh wow. That's interesting. What are we now? We are a special squad? Oh yeah, Avallum as a special ops division. I should have read that first. That's cool though. That was really cool. Damn. That was so cool. I'm the main actor. I'm so tired. Oh my god, I don't know why. Cass comes home with 5 children casually? Yeah. I'm like Batman. Oh my god. Cass in the ops outfit would be cool. Yeah. I could use it as my Valorant, my Valorant go-to thumbnail. Just like, you know, how Claude like just uses like the same thumbnail whenever he plays Valorant. Your voice is so soothing and Tascaru. You're lulling yourself to sleep. Me? No, it's just almost midnight. And like your Marvel Rivals thumbnail. Yeah, that one. Not the call out. No, it's not the call out. I'm just saying, you know. It's just saying. It's iconic. Valorant? Sack? No, not Sack. Fuck Sack. And by that, I don't mean it literally. Your bedtime is like 5 a.m. Not necessarily. Rarely.
Your DBD thumbnail though? Oh yeah. I do use it more often too. I'm also getting sleepy. I blame your voice. Hey, not my fault. It's the text that I'm reading. Penumbral, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, welcome. Hello. Hope you had a nice stream. Tomorrow's rest day, so I guess you won't sleep early. Well, not really. I have to wake up a little earlier tomorrow. I mean, because you remember the Pokemon deal that I mentioned at the start of it? So the deal didn't really finish. I'm meeting the guy like tomorrow again because like he needed some time to get the cash, right? So, yeah. What's up, dude? Hope the fanfics are peak. They are peak. You don't even know. Oh my god. My fans, they write such creative fanfics. It's actually insane. Yeah. So I have to wake up like pretty early. Pretty early. You love us for once? What the hell? For once? You guys love me for once. Yeah. Serious business dealing them Pokemon. Yeah, I don't know. It is serious business for me at least. I'm just saying. Yeah. Anyway, this is the next one is by Exirna, and it's a Yin Yang's Mecha AU. It's about 4 pages, like, what was it, 1,600 words? 1,700, 1,800 words. It's not too bad. Not too bad. All right. I'll read it here. That's better. Yeah, Yin Yang's Mecha. All right, let's see. FSP, an institution for mech fighters, had 10 talents, 5 pilots, and 5 axes. Each pilot was paired with an axis. The pilot manned the mech from the cockpit. From the cockpit, which was located in the mech's head. The pilot... What the fuck? Why do I sound like this? What? Hello? Okay, that was weird. The pilot would... What is happening? That's better. Do you guys hear that too? Is it just me? Do you hear that? Do I sound double? Right? I sound double, right? What? Why does it sound like that? Okay, I guess I'm a mecha now. You sound like Autobots roll out. Okay, that is weird. I don't know why. Why this is so weird. What the hell? I've never had this problem before. It's because I wanted to be funny and turn off the thing. Test. Hello? It's so weird. Oh, I see the issue. There we go. I know what the issue was. Alright, perfect. He's Wally now? Wally. I see the issue. Like, one of the sliders was like shifted by 0.04%. That's why it sounded so weird. Okay. I was gonna say, like, it was so subtle, but I still heard it. Sorry. The immersion. Okay. Where was I? The pilots would control the movements,
driving and attacks of the mech, while the axis was positioned in the heart of the mech, where the core was. The axis had two jobs: to control the energy inputs and outputs of the mech's core and the core's energy distribution, and to determine what amount of energy would go to what area of the mech. FSP had their mech fighters live in one space, in one shared quarter. When it came to rooming, it was self-explanatory on how pairing would go, as there were only 5 bedrooms. Pilots would room with their counterparts, their axis. Cassian, the pilot of FSP's bird mech, the red-tailed hawk mech, RT-4295, was rooming with his axis, Lucian. The two were friends for a good few years. Not childhood friends, but they were friends before getting accepted into FSP. So they automatically wanted to be paired. And luckily, after doing the tests to find out their role, pilot or axis, and doing more assessing to see whom they were compatible with to be counterparts for the mech, Lucy and Kaz were highly compatible with a score of 87%, one of the highest compatibility out of all the 120 possible pairs between the pilots and axises. Living with each other wasn't that bad. Lucy was slightly messy, but it was an organized mess, and it was just his desk. On the other hand, Kaz is a neat freak, which would be an understatement. This pilot had his desk labeled for where his things went, but the two still worked well together. Today, however, Kaz had solo pilot training. It wasn't anything new. The Energizers and pilots always did solo training, and it was more common to do training together as they were partners. Today's training involved new attack regimes, and the pilots used the one-person designed mechas. This made the training more draining, as the unit's mechs were intended to be controlled by 2 people, as one person could not handle the energy of the core running through their suit while driving and maintaining a machine that ranged from 8 to 12 times the size of the average human. Cass and the 4 other pilots in his unit were at the training grounds. There was one mech, only one. The mech engineers said it would be fine. The core in his mech was weaker than the core in the two-man mechs. Cass had his reservations, but he didn't outright speak them. Cass was the most experienced one here. He had been a pilot and an Axis, so he knew the ins and outs of both jobs. But a pilot to man a mech without an Axis, it wasn't safe, but both in reality and in theory. This training was being overlooked, not just by a few from management and the pilot's advisors, but also by supervisors and the mech engineers, who wanted Cass to go first and suppressed the urge to say no. So he stayed silent and entered the mech. Cass connected up his suit and Cass connected up his suit and pilot suit to the modified inputs and outputs on the core of the mech. Outputs connected. Inputs connected. Systems on standby. Cass stated matter-of-factly. Is that an expression? Matter-of-factly. He had a mix of codes, vitals, energy signals. Signals? Just a mess of information all over the screen of the cockpit. From his vitals and the mech's energy levels to the state of the other sections of the mech, sure as whether any part of damaged, such as whether any part was damaged. or if there were low or high inputs or output levels of energy. It was a mess, but with his previous background as an Axis, he understood most of the Axis-related information screen. Initiate program. Cass heard one of the advisors, his advisor, say through his earpiece, and he started the training module. I'm sorry, my intonation is so bad right now. Holy. The solo training was a bad idea. A horrible idea. Cass felt the core's energy through his body, but his suit was not made for this. He was too focused on the training, dodging, movement patterns, fighting, attacking, and multi-terrain driving, that he couldn't control the energy influxes in time. Cass's energy influx changed... Cass, energy influx, change the input, he heard a supervisor say, as he was in the middle of an attack. He had to stop for a split second to rebalance the energy levels, but that mid-second pause caused Cass to start feeling the effects of being connected to a core, and he felt lightheaded. His body was buzzing, as if electricity was coursing through him. His vision was slowly blurring, but the module wasn't over, and he didn't say anything. No one knew his condition.
Shut down the module.
Oh wait. Oh, that's me. Fuck. Shut down the module, he hoarsely let out, starting to feel weak. Cass didn't move. The mech was at a standstill. Cass? Wait.
Cass?
The advisor asked.
Cassian, continue the module.
Enter module! Cass heard someone yell in his earpiece. Another pilot? Maybe the voice was distant. Shut down the mech! Cass said to shut it down! Do it! The voice was louder. Cass slumped in the seat, still connected to the core, witnessed the mech shut down, and the cockpit opened. His body was too heavy. He couldn't move. Cass! Someone yelled, vision blurred. Cass saw someone coming in a very recognizable blue pilot suit. It was Altus. The blue-haired man helped the white-haired man out of the cockpit, disconnected the inputs and outputs connected to his suit. Cass was limp in Altus' arms. I'm missing training. I'm taking Cass back to the living quarters, Altus declared, holding Cass up from under his arm and helping him to walk. The two went back to the unit's living area. The Axises were in the living quarters, doing things they were bickering. Doing their things. Two were bickering. One was asleep, and two were looking at logs and data. The logs seemed good, Nick said. The logs seem good, Nick said, reviewing the scheduled maintenance logs. It is looking good. We should be able to use... Two bickering again? Oh, that's this again. Malum, Roscoe, are you two bickering again? Nix called out, his attention still on the tablet. No response. The Malum entered the kitchen. Oh, are we dead again? Oh, come on. Did we drop frames again? Okay, are we back? Refresh. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's up with yeah. The Brit accent killed it. Oh my goodness. Nix Voltaire. Okay, but Malum entered the kitchen.
Lucy?
Malum said warily. The black-haired man hummed and looked up. Cass.
He's back from training. With Altus.
The red axis paused. Is training over? The black axis asked.
Cass was in a bad condition.
Malum didn't finish his sentence and Lucy ran out. Oh, wait, fuck. Malum didn't finish his sentence and Lucy ran out of the kitchen. Lucy knew where Cass would be, in their room. Seeing the door slightly ajar, he ran in. Cass! He yelled. He saw his counterparts sitting on his bed, hand in head. Lucy, he muttered out, looking up slowly. Cass, careful. Cass, careful, Altus warned, knowing about Cass's dizziness and the headache. Lucy was quick to be by Cass. What's wrong? What happened? He asked Altus hurriedly. Solo piloting. Altus didn't even need to finish. Lucy already knew. Lucy was an axis. Overexhaustion was a thing. Taking on more of the core's energy than you thought you could, since axes were conduits used to disperse the energy. The suit and axis had helped with the process, but their body was still the main vessel. Overexhaustion. Wait, solo piloting? Lucy mumbled and his head whipped to look at Cass. His red eyes meeting Cass's half-lit honey eyes. Did you pilot near the core in your pilot suit? He asked. Cass managed a nod. Lucy stiffened. Pilot suits were not made to be near the mech's core. Mainly due to the Axis suits and pilot suits being made differently. From the material and design to the functions, as the suits were built with coded functions to sync up to the mechs. Altus, Lucy said. The blue pilot straightened up. Get my tablet from the kitchen, then go back to the training grounds and end the training. Lucy's tone was cold, but Altus did as he was told. No questions asked. Lucy got his tablet, and before attending to the paper side of things, his main priority was Cass. Lucian got his pilot out of the suit, put him into more comfy clothes, and put him to bed. As Cass laid in bed, Lucy brought his desk chair to the side and sat by him. You know you aren't meant to man a core in your pilot suit, Lucy said, looking at the data from Cass's suit. I know, but they told us to wear the pilot suits since we were piloting, Cass said softly. The younger one's red eyes looked at the pilot with a sigh. Lucy put his tablet down and grabbed Cass's hand. His fingers were warm, too warm. His skin buzzed faintly, not unlike how the core felt when it was destabilizing. You're still charged, he whispered, brushing Cass's damp hair. Cass gave a weak smile. Static in my bones. I thought I could handle it. You can't, Lucy said gently but firmly. Even I can't. That's why we're paired. You weren't supposed to do this alone. I didn't want to disappoint them, Cass admitted. They expected me to be fine. You're not a machine, Cass. You're my pilot. I should have been there. Cass's eye fluttered shut. You always take care of me. I always will, Lucy murmured. But this? Solo piloting in a pilot suit that close to a core, it's suicide. The suits weren't made for that. Pilot suits don't have sync layers. Access suits do. It's a design flaw, Cass muttered. They count on us being together. Lucy nodded. And yet, they made you go in without me. I adjusted the influxes, Cass said. Barely. I know. But I still could have lost you. Lucy said. Lucy leaned in, forehead resting against Cass's. Don't do that again. Not without me.
Cass opened his eyes, gaze steady despite the exhaustion. I won't. Not without you. Lucy hesitated, then whispered, I love you, Cass. A soft smile bloomed across Cass's face. I know. I think I always knew. His hand rose, brushing Lucy's cheek. I love you too, I love you too. Lucy kissed him gently, warmly grounding. The rest, I've got you. Cass nodded, his body finally relaxing as he drifted towards sleep. Lucy still holding his hand. Lucy didn't move from his side. He watched over him, monitoring his warmth, whispering reassurances when he stirred. Once written in code and core energy, their bond was now sealed in confession. Quiet care and something unshakable. They were no longer just the pilot and the axis. They were one.
God damn, that was a lot of like complicated talk. Holy shit. I didn't understand a single thing. I don't want to be that guy, but like, hey, what? If I was like supposed to be the best of them all, why didn't I know, like, you know, of the risks and my design flaws and shit, you know?
That was just a setup for Lucy to take care of me. I'm just kidding. I am just kidding. Bro turns into said that guy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bro didn't check the build. I really didn't. The only builds I check are my epic 7 builds. Oh man. But that was nice though. Very complicated talk. Yeah, very, very complicated. Okay. And now, last but not least. Did you get my hot pink-haired waifu yet? No. No, but I did get the new character. Yeah, Renak. And I built her already. She's really, really broken, let me tell you that. That was so sweet. It was very, very sweet. We became one. The nerd talk is just a crust for the nice BL filling. Exactly. Exactly. You mean the fanfic, right? You don't actually mean me, right? So the last one you said is going to be super good. Yeah, just from, you know, from the description of it. Okay. I think you guys will like it. So the next one is by Cell. Or at Moiselvi? I don't know if it's French. Probably not. Moiselvi. Yeah. And yeah, the title is Yours. Description is Yandere. Cassian X gender neutral reader. Yeah. Uh-huh. Alright. So it's 2 pages. Yeah, 2 pages. Alright. You did this on purpose. What do you mean? What do you mean I did that on purpose? Huh? Alright. You wanna start? Wait, let me drink some water first. It's gonna be the last fanfic of today, because we've been going on for 4 hours already. And then I will thank all the supers, gifteds, remembers, and everything at the end of it. Okay? Alright. So I'm gonna read the last one.
Oh wait, for the last one, I'll turn off the BGM completely.
Okay. Come out. You flinch at the sound of the voice. You're outside, hiding somewhere in the dark. Empty streets. How come it sounds like his voice is echoing? Don't be shy. The light tone he takes on nearly disgusts you, in its similarity to how he used to treat you. So sweetly, innocently, like he isn't a beast in disguise. Come on. He laughs. A miserable, frightening sound it is. I won't hurt you, my love. What a liar. You've seen how he hunts others. He does so with the glee he feels every time he plays his favorite violent games. He does so with a smirk on his face and words that would send chills up anyone's spine when he says, "Got you." You flinch. That can't be behind you, can it? From your hiding spot on the empty streets, you slowly turn your head to where you heard the voice. A hand jolts out to keep you in place, gently but firmly gripping your neck. You try to dig your nails into the wrist that extends from it in order to escape, but all you hear is a coo and disappointed coo? Cool? Is a coo and disappointed. Let's calm down. He instructs, prying off your hands with his free one and locking them together above your head. Coo is right? Oh, okay, shit, damn. That's a word? Remember, this is a place my crystal conjured up for me. You won't be able to hurt me here. Stupid. Oh, wait. Stupid. You spit out, venom laced in your voice. Elves don't have these powers. Oh, I'm no ordinary elf, my love. His grip on your neck goes tighter, nearly constricting the air that comes in and out of your nose and mouth. If it weren't for the fact he spent months chasing you down, you'd think he's trying to kill you. He leans in closer, intending to cage you even further and block you from even trying to move. His nose grazed yours, the hot air of his breaths hitting your face with the distance you two lack. I'm yours. He locks you in with a searing kiss. And that's it. That is it. Wow. BGM, return. And reverb, be gone. Aha! Okay. Oh my god, it sounds so different now when there's no reverb anymore. God damn, I sound so raw, so dry, so weird. Who said degrading VP? Oh my god, good thing that was not a goal. Good thing that was not a goal. Oh my god. Oh my god, who's this? It's me, Cassian Floros, of first stage production against first generation Avallum. I want it, please. Degrading VP? Hell no! Oh my god. We lost that. Yeah, instead we have the, what's it called? Words of affirmation, right? Yeah, words of affirmation. I could do that next week, actually. Let me see. Calendar. Words of affirmation.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably, maybe Saturday? Yeah, I could do that Saturday. Actually, I might move this to Friday. I might take Saturday off. Words of affirmation. Sweet Tori, thank you so much for the super. But you wouldn't do that to us if we ran, right? Yeah. For sure. Hano Ji-san, thank you so much for the 13 months. Welcome back. I would wait for another year for that degrading thing. I was actually thinking of like releasing like, I don't know, member voice packs like every now and then, you know. It would be simply like just a link on like the membership posts. And it wouldn't happen too frequently, obviously. But I was thinking like maybe that could be a really nice thing to do. But I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. I'm just saying. And yeah, thank you so much for the super. Thank you. My boyfriend said you have a very nice soothing voice to listen to. So please do more reading streams if you like them. If you like them too, to practice your VA. And thanks for all the reading. Yeah, thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you. I can have a soothing voice if I want to have a soothing voice. But I can also have a rough voice if I want to have a rough voice, you know? Yeah. Not too frequently, like, so like every other day? Yeah. Every other day, of course. A new voice pack for the members. Didn't Nyx do one recently? Oh, did he? Did he now? Wait, I didn't know that. It would probably, you know, just be like every, I don't know. I can't promise anything. Like maybe every 3 months, every 4 months, something like that. Just because it takes like time to like write them and record them. And they wouldn't be like too long, right? They would be like maybe a minute or two. It's actually pretty long for a voice pack. Like a minute or so. Oh my god, today's the 3rd already. I didn't change my profile picture. I forgot. Holy shit. My goodness. I just remembered. Let me change my profile picture real quick on Twitter. Don't change it, please. No. I should change it. I'm pretty sure I should. 1 second. Why did you have to remember it? Because. Because. Okay. One second. Okay. Gonna change it. Oh, did I die again? Oh my god, I keep dying. I don't know. So awkward. Okay. Okay. Changed it. There we go. Does my mark still stay there? I think it does. Yeah. Pog. Pog. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, so let me just check the gifteds and remembers real quick. Ning, welcome to the Elfmanship. Welcome. Enjoy your emotes and your new badge. I really appreciate it. Welcome. And then we got Miki with the 5 gift drops. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you got a gift drop by Miki, make sure to thank them, okay? And Miki also, thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you. Yay, 13 months. Thank you for making our days brighter. It's been a fun year and a month. Thank you. I really appreciate it for the year and 1 month. Thank you. If he notices and comments, I'll celebrate. Don't tag him though. Don't tag him. Oh, damn it. Yeah, my label is gone. God damn it. Okay. Once I get my label back, I'm gonna change it. It's not gonna stay for too long. You know, it's gonna stay for like a day or so maximum. But yeah. Okay. Wait, let me check something. Okay. You do lose your verification every time you change it, right? Yes. Yes, we do. But it is what it is. Happens. Gia, thank you so much for the 5 gift drops as well. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you got a gift drop by Gia, make sure to thank them. Sophie, thank you so much for the 13 months. Welcome back. Thank you. 13 months, let's go. Good luck with the fanfics. I don't know if I should be scared or excited. Well, what do you say, guys? Should you have been scared or excited now in hindsight? Huh? Ken W. Nyan, thank you so much for the 1 month. Welcome back. Glad to have you back. 1 month. Yippee! Have a nice stream, Cass. Thank you. I did have a nice stream. It was great. Excited. Yippee! Nice. I'm glad. I'm so glad. Barry, thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you. I am legitimately terrified of the stream, but good luck, Cass, and stay strong, Dewdrops. Did I read this one before? I don't know. Maybe. But thank you so much for the 13 months, Barry. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And Kasumi, thank you so much for the 13 months as well. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Welcome back. Your VA is top notch, but I would run after the last one. No, you shouldn't. Come on. You shouldn't run, right? No need to run. Yuki, thank you so much for the 13 months. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you for the relaxing background noise while I game. Your VA skills truly are marvelous. While you're gaming, what kind of game are you playing with fanfic readings in the background? Minecraft? I couldn't concentrate if I was playing like Valorant or like Marvel Rivals or something. Let's see. Nano, thank you so much for the 13 months. Welcome back. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cass Hart. Who's running? Not me, /J. Wait, so does that mean you are running?
Come on, don't run from me. I'll play Valorant while listening. Who needs to hear your teammates be toxic? That's true. That's true. Very true. Good point. Bree, thank you so much for the 5 months. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Hazukashi. Was it hazukashi today? I mean, I didn't feel hazukashi reading it, to be honest. I did, like, smile every now and then while reading it, but it wasn't too hazukashi, you know? I mean, I was expecting some heavier stuff. You know, it was, like, sweet, some angst, some yandere, but nothing crazy. Let's see. Chio, thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. Translation is, thank you for reading Figs. It was nice. May I humbly ask for a wee wee? Of course. I already did one, but... There you go. And thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. Glad to have you back. And yeah, thank you so much for the super. Thank you. I'm crashing out. But thank you, Cass. Of course. Thank you for the profile picture that I'll be using for one day. And then I'll probably either go back to the one that I had before, or I'll just grab a new one, depending on what I see first. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I think this is a good time to end the stream, right? We can raid into Nyx, who's playing a very good game right now. Very good game. The Bathhouse. I've played it on my channel, if you guys have missed that. But I'm excited to watch Nyx play it, actually. I hope he's not done yet. Wait. Let me check the calendar. I hope he's not done yet. When did he start? Where are we right now? Here. Oh, he started like 2 hours ago. He might be done already. But he... No. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna raid into him anyway, okay? So, the raid message is gonna be... Dewdrops raid. Or Dewdrop raid. And then... Oh. Bam. Okay? Alright. As always, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already to not miss any future streams and to support the channel. Once you get to Nyx's channel, make sure to read the rules, be nice, follow the rules, represent the Dewdrops well, okay? And generally have fun. I hope he doesn't, or like he hasn't finished the game yet, but I think it's kind of long, so if he talked for like half an hour at the beginning, he should probably still be playing it. Thank you so much for listening to my fanfic reading today, and thank you so much for writing all of these. You guys are so talented. I can't really believe it. Ugh. You guys are so creative too. Like, oh my god, I could never think of stuff like that. It's crazy. But oh man, I'm probably gonna, you know, prepare myself to go to sleep because I have to wake up early tomorrow. But yeah, see you guys on Sunday again, okay? For the Whispers of the Forest. Yeah, early stream that time. So yeah, see you guys on Sunday. Have fun with Nyx. Bye-bye! Cass, out.